Chapter 871. Era did not overstay her welcome. She very cleverly didn't push too hard, and turned to leave the moment she had said her piece. The only thing she left behind was a method of contacting her, and nothing else. Long after she was gone, a silence weighed over the council room. Even Raymundus didn't say anything. Elther sat in a corner, his brow furrowed. He really was being pushed into a position he didn't know how to deal with. The good news was that while Elther knew nothing about Era, what he did know was of the strain between the Milky Way Guild and Lionel. After all, Lionel wouldn't leave him without such a valuable piece of information, and most definitely had a way of contacting Elther. The issue was that Elther had tried to contact Lionel, but had failed to do so repeatedly. Lionel had said that this might be a possibility, but that didn't stop it from being a huge problem when it actually did happen. From then on, there was nothing but problems. Elther had no idea who Era was, so he still wasn't sure if he should be cautious of her or not. And at the same time, he didn't have a rebuttal for the benefits she would potentially be providing. The most obvious thing to do would be to use the card of distrust. The problem was that there was no real reason to distrust Era with the exception of one. She was human. For obvious reasons, Elther would be a fool to use this card to try and sway the Oryx. Why? Because in just another few months to a couple years at most, Elther would definitely have to transfer over whatever strength he gained from the Oryx to Lionel. If at this moment he tried to stifle their growth by using distrust of humans as an excuse, then what would he do when that time came? When it was exposed that he had been working for a human all along, not only would any trust he had built up crumble, any shot they had at a smooth transition would go up in smoke. It was already contentious since Lionel had ties with Valiant Heart Mountain which had been oppressing them for so long. They really couldn't afford any more variable to ruin things like this. Elther entered a state of calm. Stress wasn't something he was unaccustomed to dealing with. He was the prince of an empire after all, and he wanted to be a great general. Since when did such people give up before even trying? At this moment, they all believe that I come from an Oryx empire, and that much is true. It isn't a lie. The trouble is that my brothers and the others are still trapped within that silver tablet. And since my father died, Lionel has no way of resurrecting him in a short time. It's even possible that my father would never be able to come back. Elther closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The pressure of this potential deal will push this Oryx tribe in two directions. The first is that they will grasp at this opportunity for the sake of taking advantage of their hyper-evolution. I wouldn't be mad at them for taking this chance. We didn't manage to take advantage of our own very well. In Elther's world, he had heard of the hyper-evolution state of his people. In fact, his seemingly human-like appearance, with the exception of his horns, along with his battle form were all elements of this. However, Elther's people didn't manage to maximize their hyper-evolution. If they had, they wouldn't have been forced to share their world with Alexander. Though Elther kept referring to things like this, the reality was that the world he had experienced was just one of the many potential branching futures of Planet Valiant. So, he was well aware of just how important the hyper-evolution state was. Though he had benefited from it, he would be even more powerful if his ancestors had made better use of it. So he really couldn't blame this tribe for being tempted. The second option or path is that their dislike of humans will cause the pressure I face to increase. More and more will want to learn more about my origins. They'll want to know where my people are, what they'd have to do to go. Their urgency will be on another level. Elther exhaled a long breath. The only way to fix this is resources. They need resources. The Oryx tribe didn't need things like weapons or treasures. What they needed was nutrition and energy. They needed to stimulate and be able to train their bodies to maximize their potential. They needed training and sparring to push themselves to their limits. Only like this would they be able to maximize their hyper-evolution state. The latter could be provided by Era. Obviously, she would want to send them into countless battles, or else she would have never come here. However, if they also relied on Era for the former, i.e. the food and energy sources, then they wouldn't be just warriors, they would be slaves. Being warriors was easy enough to extricate themselves out of, but if they became dependents, that was how they'd be controlled. The truth was that the situation wasn't as bad as it seemed. Just like Lionel didn't know what Era was up to, Neither was Era aware that Lionel was slowly pulling the oryx to his side. If Elther could manage to make it so that the oryx could use Era but not be manipulated or abused by her, then this might very well be a good thing. The ultimate question, though, was how. At that moment, just as Elther was racking his brain, he felt movement within his spatial ring that made his eyes narrow. When he heard the message he received, he fell into deep thought before nodding inwardly. The message wasn't from Lionel, but, "Little one, what do you think of all of this?" Raymundus' words interrupted Elther's thoughts. Right then, numerous gazes shifted over to the overly handsome Oryx Prince. Chapter 872. Elther looked up to meet the murky gaze of the head of the tribe. He didn't answer immediately, instead looking around and gauging the reactions of everyone else. As one might expect, not everyone was happy that Elther would express his opinion first. Though the men who were on the Oryx Council were much more measured than the ones who would pick fights with him day in and day out, as far as Elther was concerned, they were just better at hiding it. No amount of maturity would make a man okay with his wife being so attracted to another. Toward this, Elther could only shake his head. His smell wasn't even present while he was in his normal form. But in order to prove that he was an oryx back then, he had no choice but to enter his battle form, which had practically imprinted his scent in the minds of everyone. Luckily, Lionel had expected this and constructed a few counterplans, but they would still take time to implement. That much couldn't be changed. That said, this was an opportunity to bring up the due date by a few measures. I believe that we should accept. Let alone the others. Even Raymundus was surprised by these words. He wasn't a fool. He could tell that Elther had been brought over to rope them all in. If anything, Era's appearance was no different from throwing a wrench in his plans. The fact that Elther wanted them to join him wasn't a secret. This wasn't something that he could hide. The only real secret was that he was working at the behest of Lionel, rather than some mysterious, unknown Oryx kingdom. This information was more than enough for them to understand that Elther may very well be against this. Raymundus had asked Elther first precisely because he knew all of this. He didn't want his small tribe to end up in a power struggle between two entities. They knew too little about the worlds outside of Planet Valiant. There very well could be an Oryx kingdom that they had never heard of. But think for a moment. Why would such a kingdom go so far out of their way to send a prince to recruit them? Even if they were from the same race, one only needs to see the interaction between humans to know that this isn't normally enough to maintain peace. There's no reason for such a kingdom to care about a group they'd see as no different from a bunch of hillbillies. Why then would Elther come? Wasn't it obvious? He needed their strength. And if that was the case, didn't that mean that this kingdom was in trouble? It was a very logical conclusion to leap to, and one that neither Lionel nor Elther would blame them for having. In fact, it was almost preferable that they believed this. It was in the nature of the intelligent to not believe in what was too good to be true. Someone who was wizened and had seen much of the world wouldn't easily accept that some higher power was helping them out of the kindness of their heart. As long as Raymundus and the others believed that Elther had a purpose for using them, they could then assess the situation themselves. If things were in the form of a transaction, it would be easier to swallow, especially if the Oryx felt they had some use. Oryx weren't afraid of battle. What they wanted to maintain was their pride and dignity. Beyond that, they wouldn't even mind drowning in a river of blood. However, it was exactly for all of these reasons that Elther's words were so baffling. Him saying this made Raymundus raise his guard. It felt almost too good to be true and nearly reset Elther right back to square one. Until that is, Raymundus continued. The same way they want to use us, can we not use them as well? Elther said. Raymundus' murky gaze narrowed. Continue. Your tribe is currently in a state of hyper-evolution. What I failed to tell you all before is that my kingdom had once been in such a state as well. That is why I have two forms I can enter, one of which is capable of hiding my scent. Raymundus looked toward the other elders and they all simultaneously nodded. It seemed that they had reached this conclusion long ago as well. But this was perfect for Elther. It made him more believable, especially since he was already using large kernels of truth. Unfortunately, though I am quite talented as a result of our hyper-evolution period, we never took full advantage of it. My father always said had we prepared adequately, Even the galaxy itself would be in the palm of our hands. The temperature of the room seemed to rise, the blood of warriors that ran through their veins surging at faster speeds. I myself never wanted to be a king. In my opinion, we Oryx aren't meant to rule, we are meant to conquer. Whatever means that we can grab at that greater strength with is the path that we should take. There is no illusion here. I do want you all to join my kingdom as warriors beneath our flag. However, I am also keenly aware of my kingdom's current weakness, and its inability to help you all. At the same time, I don't want to see my fellow Oryx fall into the hands of someone who only wants to use you without understanding you. So, I say to use her. Take her as a chance to see the broader universe, to fight on larger battlefields. I will be there to fight by your sides. I can also guarantee that my king will do everything in his power to ensure that you aren't reliant on outsiders. We can use this opportunity to make this galaxy, no, this universe, fear the name of the Oryx. Elther's voice boomed. Even if he never wanted to be a king, what general couldn't rally his soldiers? This burning passion he was seeing reflecting back in their eyes. This was exactly what he wanted. The Oryx would rise again. Elther rolled his spatial ring between his fingers, an undisguised determination lighting his eyes. Chapter 873. Many hours later, Elther returned to a small home of wood and hay. When he closed the door, he breathed out a long sigh. He wasn't sure if he had made the right choice or not, but his instinct told him that this was the best-case scenario for the current moment. Whether or not that yellow-dressed woman's intentions were pure or not, he had no idea. He could only do his best to ensure that this Oryx tribe survived. Sitting down on a mat of tied-together thin strips of wood, Elther calmed his breathing. It was about time he started his training regimen for the night. But first, Elther pulled out the talisman from within his spatial ring. He didn't worry about being overheard, because Lionel had already left certain fail-safes for this. He replayed the message he received earlier, and nodded to himself. Like he had thought before, this message wasn't from Lionel. Rather, it was from a person named Alan. He remembered Lionel describing him as a man who wore glasses for the hell of it. If he recalled correctly, Lionel seemed to have been laughing a bit too hard at that prospect, humor he didn't quite understand. Of course, he had no way of knowing that Lionel's own father wore glasses for no reason as well. It didn't make sense in the past considering Earth's technology, and it made even less sense now that Lionel knew how powerful his father probably was. Lionel, for some reason, found it amusing to compare Alan to his father, another thing that Elther wouldn't understand. If Elther knew Alan, though, had know why Lionel found it so hilarious. Before Lionel's breakthrough into the fourth dimension, it could be said that Alan's physique was the greatest out of all of them. The man was chiseled year-round and never took a break on anything, whether it came to his diet or training. But at the same time, he didn't chase women, he always wore baggy clothing, and he cosplayed like he was a nerd, even to the point of being obsessed with computer programming. If it wasn't because they shared a locker room together, none of them would ever know how ripped Alan was. Lionel had known Alan for so long that it all seemed normal to him by this point. But he realized when he was trying to describe him to Elther that all his teammates were a bunch of weirdos, so he had laughed beside himself. This aside, Alan had contacted Elther to let him know that he had managed to establish contact with Kayla and the other former members of the Polished Glass faction. Very soon, Elther would be able to accept a shipment that would be a great boon. Lionel didn't detail his other plans to him, but it seemed that Alan and the Polished Glass faction would become the backbone of raising funds while Lionel was away. With their help and Lionel's support from the background, they should be able to accumulate enough fairly quickly. In the past, there used to be many Oryx tribes, but war and attrition had whittled them down to just one. This singular Oryx tribe contained about 10,000 Oryx, a number that almost made it a shame to consider them as a mere tribe. It was just unfortunate that their living conditions were so sorely lacking. The Oryx had emphasized fighting prowess for the sake of survival so much that they had lagged behind in other aspects, from sanitation all the way up to agriculture. Though there would be too much stress for Lionel to support so many, so early on, it shouldn't be a problem to keep the elites well fed. As the skill of Alan and the others grew, it would only become easier to accommodate them all. We need to hurry, Elther thought, putting the talisman away as he took deep breaths. The unknown organization led by that woman isn't going to give us the time we need. It all depended on how fast Lionel could get back here. Lionel's spear shot forward again, piercing through yet another spirit. He had already been in this place for 3 months by this point, and if it wasn't for the fact his mind wouldn't let him forget, he would have lost count of the number of battles he had fought. By now Lionel was certain of one thing. The first was that the color of his stars was indeed reliant on his environment, and they didn't seem capable of being changed. Even when he tried to flood blue star force toward his white stars, it was purified back into white. However, this didn't seem to be as big of a problem as he thought because he could evolve his stars as he pleased. The only issue lay in the fact his stars were out of whack. The foundation of the third dimension was supposed to be energy. The foundation for the fourth was meant to be the body, and the foundation for the fifth was supposed to be the mind. But while Lionel's blue star force was perfectly tailored for his body, the silver-white star force he had absorbed for the third dimension worked best for his mind. His blue stars weren't as good as his silver-white stars at replenishing his mind, and in the vice versa, his silver-white stars had never been very good at helping his body out. After a while of panicking about this, Lionel realized that he was overthinking things. The star force that formed his star constitution wasn't tied to the dimensional cleanse technique at all. Whenever Lionel used dimensional cleanse, he didn't have to communicate with his stars first. It was more accurate to say that his stars were a byproduct allowed by cultivating the technique and priming the body properly. They could almost be seen as a separate existence. This was excellent. This meant that even if Lionel had wanted 9 stars to be entirely focused on his mind, or 9 entirely focused on his body, it wouldn't be a problem. This also meant that when he formed his 7th to 9th stars, he could use a star force that would be perfectly suited for his energy. And he had a feeling that he had the perfect star force to fulfill that role already. Lionel's lip curled as his senses swept over his kidney. What better choice than his scarlet star force? In these 3 months, he had already managed to complete all of his nodal pathways. It was only a matter of time before he stepped into the 5th dimension. Unfortunately, Lionel's upturned smile faded. This road hasn't given me any clues about the next part of dimensional cleanse. I have no idea how to continue. How much longer is it? Lionel still had no idea that he hadn't been meant to deduce the next stage of dimensional cleanse himself at all. However, what was once a peaceful journey forward was very soon to become something much different. Lionel looked up, his pupils constricting. There, just barely peeking over the horizon, Lionel finally caught sight of a second road. I'm not alone. Chapter 874. Up ahead, what must have been at least a dozen kilometers, Lionel caught sight of the faint luminescence of another road. It was a bit of a jump for him to assume that there must be others due to this alone, but the angle of approach the light road was taking was far too damning. From what Lionel could tell, both his road and the other were converging toward one another. But what was particularly interesting about this was that they were converging toward the star. If this was simply another road for Lionel to take, why would it have the same destination as the road he was already on? There were only 2 possible explanations for this. The first was that there were multiple potential starting points of this trial, and he just so happened to be given a memory or tied to this road as opposed to that one. In that case, it wasn't necessarily true that there was someone else over there. The second option, though, was that he was never alone to begin with and the roads were just so far apart that even with his senses, he couldn't spot them until now. It didn't take long for Lionel to realize that the second was the answer. By the time he crossed the dozen of kilometers that separated him from the distant road, and he could finally see where and how the 2 roads of light connected, his gaze couldn't help but narrow. In the distance, a young lady sat cross-legged with her back facing him. However, something told Lionel that she had already sensed his presence long ago. Not just that, but the strength she radiated made Lionel's skin tingle. It didn't take Lionel long at all to realize that she was the most powerful individual he had ever met. Whether or not this was true, even Lionel had to admit he wasn't certain. It might have been more accurate to say that she was the most powerful individual he had ever met, who also had limits he could actually sense. These 2 statements were very different from one another. Lionel eventually came to a stop when he was just about 100 meters from where their roads met. Something told him that there weren't any more spirits to worry about, at least not until he passed her. At that moment, the young lady placed a hand on her knee and pushed herself up. She had a graceful bearing that made it almost a shame that she wasn't wearing a dress, but rather a tight-fitting flexible armor that clung to her curves. Despite the well-defined outline of her silhouette, her clothing didn't seem raunchy or overly sexual in the slightest. One almost couldn't see even a single hint of her skin. It was to the point where her flexible armor rose up from her collarbone to form a half-mask that revealed nothing but her eyes and her forehead. She had deep, warm blue eyes and delicate brown skin that looked smooth even under Lionel's scrutiny. It was almost a shame that the only piece of it available for observation was on her forehead. "I don't know if I should thank you or hate you for making me wait 2 months." The young woman suddenly spoke, her voice sounding far louder than anything Lionel had expected. Every stereotype he had formulated about this woman seemed to fly out of the window in just that single instant of time alone. He had expected her to not talk at all, or even if he pressed her to, that her voice would either be cold and detached or soft and restrained. And yet it was none of those things. Loud really was the best way Lionel could describe it, almost to the point of being grating on the ears. It wasn't that her voice sounded annoying, but rather that it was hard to appreciate it when she put so much power behind it. It was like Lionel was listening to a speaker with the volume up so high that the sound distorted. 2 months. Lionel blinked. "I guess it makes sense now though. You actually entered this place at the 4th dimension. Who are your elders exactly? What were they thinking? You know you only ever get 2 chances at this." "Forget it. This is good news for me. I got to rest for so long amidst such revitalizing star force, and I get an easy ticket out of the first round." The young woman blinked innocently. Even though Lionel couldn't see the rest of her face beneath that mask, he still felt that she seemed quite adorable. As for being angry at her words, he really didn't feel bothered at all. If anything, he took it as a joke. He was much more interested in getting information out of this woman. "First round?" Lionel asked. The young woman blinked before shaking her head. "Oh, you poor child. You must be one of those stragglers that stumbled on one of the map pieces, right?" The young woman shook her head before freezing. "Wait, if you're one of them, then how did you solve the puzzle? Are you trying to feign ignorance to get me to lower my guard?" The young woman looked at Lionel for a moment before bursting into a boisterous laughter, even more booming than her voice. Never mind, never mind. I guess if you have a strong soul force type ability or lineage factor, the peak of the 4th dimension might be barely enough to stumble through the puzzle." Lionel's lip twitched. Why did it seem like this woman was perfectly content having a conversation all by herself? He could hardly get a word in, but her assumptions were only getting wilder with each passing moment. "Anyway, I don't mind telling you about it so that you don't waste your second chance. Next time, enter at the peak of the 5th dimension if you can help it. In fact, the 6th would be even better. Though you'll have to restart from the beginning. Dimensional cleanse is worth it." Lionel blinked, feeling more confused than he ever had before. Chapter 875. Firstly, you could restart from the beginning? Had Lionel known this, why would he waste all this time being stuck at the 3rd dimension? He would have switched to another technique as a placeholder to bolster his strength. By then, would all of the things that had happened in the past months even have a chance at getting off the ground? Of course, Lionel knew that he was being naive. When it came to things between he and Aina, they had ignored a lot of the problems that had been creeping up for too long. If it wasn't this, then it would have been something else down the road that separated them. And that separation, having festered for even longer, might have been even worse than this one. Lionel shook his head, ignoring these useless thoughts. "You can restart?" Lionel cut the young woman who was about to go on a rant off. He had to know this. "Oh right, you probably don't know this either. Dimensional cleanse is a very special technique. It's very compatible with pretty much everything. You don't necessarily have to restart, but you do recultivate from the beginning. You can then layer dimensional cleanse and your other technique for a stronger effect. Most, though, only practice the first 3 layers of dimensional cleanse. Because even a 1-star constitution is a massive boost to someone's combat prowess. If you're lucky enough to get 2 or 3 out of 9, you'll be set for a lifetime. Lionel raised his brows. So that was how it was. Should he be layering another technique with dimensional cleanse then? Or did it matter at all? Anyway, like I was saying before, this is the first round. The third dimensional layer of dimensional cleanse is pretty much widely spread, but it's really too difficult to form stars from that layer. Most say that it's easiest to form stars at the 5th dimensional layer of the technique, but still quite difficult. I say you might as well give yourself as many chances as you can. Oh right. The first round. Like I was saying, the trial before is just the first leg, the real test starts now. When I win this round, they'll give me the 4th dimensional layer of the technique. I'll have to win the next round to earn the 5th dimensional layer, and so on. I see. And are all the rounds like this? The mask the young woman wore moved in a way that made Lionel believe she had to be pouting. No. That's why I don't know if I should thank you or not. Up ahead, there will more complicated battle structures where 3 or even 4 roads come together as one. In those cases, only one will be able to pass by. Yet I've wasted so much time here. Even if I got to rest a bit, the enemies I'll have to face ahead will have ample time to rest too while I'll have to hurry up. It's not fair. Lionel shrugged. Why hurry then? Take your time since you know they'll get there before you no matter what. Ah. The young woman blinked. That's not a bad idea. Seems you're not a bad guy after all. What's your name? I'm Kira Salvatine. Lionel smiled lightly. Lionel Morales. The young woman fell into silence before her brows furrowed in an unhappy frown. You really did trick me. Did you make me explain all of this so that you could rest? Lionel was speechless. He hadn't been tired since the moment he got here. Was that not obvious enough? He wasn't even sweating. In this environment, he was practically invincible in terms of stamina. There was so much blue star force around that every breath of his was filled with life and vitality. The young woman's mask moved again. This time, Lionel was certain that her pout had become even more pronounced. I didn't know that the Morales family had such a shameless junior now. The young woman shot forward, stepping onto Lionel's road without a care. Her palms flipped over to reveal twin sabers with blades that radiated a rose-gold light. Each was as thin as a cicada's wings and seemed to flutter gently along with the young woman's hair. Lionel shook his head. He could only describe this woman as an adorable airhead. They had only been talking for a minute or two. Was that even enough for anyone to recover in a large capacity? How was he tricking her then? Still, Lionel took these trials a measure more seriously now. Even more than he did before when he realized his life was on the line. Kira recognized the Morales family's name instantly. On top of that, there was none of the reverence that he had seen from Valiant Heart Mountain. The conclusion, then, was clear. Those participating in this trial most definitely had backgrounds close, equal, or potentially even surpassing a 7th-dimensional family. And to make matters worse, Kira said the peak of the 5th dimension was the minimum. Lionel sighed. Just can't catch a break. Lionel's palm flipped over, revealing a familiar crystalline red rod. He didn't dare to underestimate an opponent that had managed to clear the road he just faced so quickly. Without hesitation, he activated his spear domain lineage factor, lighting his forehead up with the mark of a golden spear. You really are from the Morales family. Damn it. To think I helped you. In any other situation, Lionel would have chuckled. It was rare to find such an innocent and sweet heart in the dimensional verse. At least, he hadn't been able to find one outside of Earth. Everyone seemed enraptured by their own benefits and improvement. But maybe this was just the luxury Kira had due to being from such an outstanding family or organization. Still, Lionel's emotions were one thing. This battle, however, was another. Lionel's gaze suddenly gained a biting cold at the same time Kira's did. Both of them no longer said a word as blue star force began to rotate about around them. Bang! Chapter 876. Lionel blocked the twin sabers with the body of his spear, but his gaze still narrowed. He was so used to his weapons and treasures being far beyond that of his opponent, that he was somewhat caught off guard when he was finally on the losing end for once. According to his calculations, If not for the large swaths of blue star force in the surroundings, his spear might have already been cut in two. No, 3 pieces. Those twin sabers are both silver-grade weapons. Lionel's lip twitched. Even his best weapon at the moment was a quasi-silver spear. Of course, it could be used for more than just its sharpness. But he had a feeling that Kira's sabers were the same. It was just that he hadn't managed to push her into using them to their full potential. Is it normal to give 5th-dimensional youths 6th-dimensional weapons like this? Lionel lamented this as though he hadn't been using 5th-dimensional weapons at the 3rd dimension. At the same time, he had no idea that Kira had only been loaned these weapons for the sake of the trial. They would be taken right back after she was done. In fact, if not for her status, even borrowing would have been impossible. Of course, Lionel could access silver spears now as well. It was just that it wasn't worth it. Only the spear that claimed a peak would have a domain to learn. And Lionel wasn't quite ready to claim a quasi-gold spear just yet. He would have to cross into the 5th dimension first for that, and even then it would be difficult. Lionel had all of these thoughts in an instant, but Kira had already reacted quickly. Realizing that she couldn't slice Lionel's weapon apart like she wanted, she pressed forward, raising her sabers again to maintain her forward momentum. However, Lionel, who had been standing in place all this time, swept his spear downward toward Kira's legs. The timing was so immaculate that it almost seemed as though Kira was presenting her thigh to be chopped off as she stepped toward him. Kira's eyes flashed, her wrist twisting as one of her sabers blocked. Though Lionel's actions had stifled her forward momentum, she was still able to brandish her second saber, spiraling it toward his neck with another twist of her wrist. Lionel's calm gaze didn't falter. He shifted his spear's trajectory slightly, causing Kira's saber to perfectly collide with its blade. Using the downward momentum of Kira's swing, he allowed the upper end of his spear to swing upward, blocking Kira's second twisting strike. This wasn't the first time Lionel was battling a dual wielder, but it was most definitely the first time he was battling one with such deft skill. Neither one of Kira's hands seemed to be dominant. Her attacks were swift, controlled, measured and powerful. Her close combat instinct didn't seem to lose out to Lionel, who was both relying on his spear domain lineage factor and his innate ability. In fact, Lionel found himself constantly being on the defensive. Her body is heavier than what it should be. It's either that she also has a defensive lineage factor that's been locked away by this place. Or Lionel's brows raised. Was he really so lucky? Hey Kira. Kira didn't respond, her sabers becoming swifter and swifter. Her body began to sway in a unique rhythm, her mind becoming lost in a dance of blades. Every one of her strikes left a trail of blade force in its wake. The paths it took were etched into Lionel's mind even without conscious effort. But when he put them together, he felt a slight hint of awe. It was the most beautiful budding rose he had ever seen. He watched its progression from start to finish. First it was small and closed off. Kira's blades in that moment were sharp, compact and sturdy, emphasizing stability and a slow, steady rate of growth. And then it opened for the first time, blooming into a youthful maturity. Kira's blades grew more wild, unrestrained, filled with a willingness to see the world, and to have the world see her. A gorgeous dance of passion, excitement and curiosity. The flower began to age. Its stem weakened, its beautiful rose petals grayed, and it gave the world the last rays it had left to offer. It was then that Kira's blades became the most deadly, filled with a death-like energy. The energy itself never truly appeared or manifested, suppressed and disregarded by this world of star force. But Lionel had a feeling that if he ever had to truly meet it in battle, his life wouldn't be in just a small amount of danger. And yet, even now, Lionel felt as though he was battling with his life on the line. Kira's blades didn't carry the intent to kill, but if they did, Lionel's jaw clenched. I thought I could beat you without using it. Kira suddenly spoke, her voice softer than Lionel had ever heard it before. At that moment, Lionel could finally hear the intricate layers of her cadence and the delicate softness of a beautiful sound that matched Kira's original elegance perfectly. The only voice Lionel had ever heard that made him swoon more was Anna's, and that was only when she was in her uncursed form. But, you're way too strong for someone in the 4th dimension. You learned the true form of universal force? I guess I have to use it too. Kira suddenly began the dance again. But this time, the air around it was completely different. Lionel, who already had cuts all over his body after the first time, had to face the same dance again. This time, however, Kira wouldn't be holding back. What once was nothing but an illusion suddenly became so corporeal that Lionel felt that he could reach out and touch it. Universal force surged all around. Unfortunately, it wasn't at the Four Seasons realm. It was at the heavenly body realm. Chapter 877. Lionel's eyes narrowed, his body explosively shooting backward without hesitation. There simply wasn't enough space to maneuver. The road might have seemed quite wide, being at least 10 meters in width, but with his speed, this number might as well have been a single meter. In order to prevent accidents, he had been purposely leaving a meter of buffer space between himself and the edge, so this further cut down his room to just 8 meters. This made it all the more difficult to avoid Kira and her thin sabers. Lionel knew that Kira was in Tier 4 of the 5th dimension. It was clear that she hadn't listened to her own advice when coming here, or maybe she just believed that she didn't have to be restrained by the same rules Lionel did. However, Lionel didn't blame her even if the latter was the truth. He could tell that if it wasn't for the star force weighing her down, he wouldn't be a match for Kira. In fact, even if the star force was weighing her down, as long as she had access to her lineage factors and her ability, dealing with Lionel would be child's play. What Lionel had yet to realize even to this point was the fact that had his own ability not been related to the mind, it too would have been suppressed in this place just like Kira's. That said, Lionel also didn't feel bad that Kira was at such a disadvantage. What greater disadvantage could there be outside of being an entire dimension beneath her? Thanks to all of this, the playing field had been leveled. Until that is, Kira suddenly began to use her universal force. Not only that, but it was also an entire level beyond Lionel, a complete heavenly body realm comprehension. Lionel smiled bitterly as Kira's energy rose explosively. Her strength increased by more than 10 times, and whatever heft her steps had been limited by seemed to practically vanish. She became like a leaf floating in hurricane-force winds, and yet her seemingly frail body was unaffected, following the ebbs and flows with a deft skill. A map of the stars appeared behind Kira. Lionel could see the streaking meteors, the sparkling moons, the vibrant planets and the radiant stars. All of it revolved around a delicately sculpted rose. It had more petals and layers than a lotus. Its color was as crimson as a drop of blood and more beautiful than a twinkling ruby. Amidst it all, Kira's figure followed the strokes of the flower, her blade dancing in gorgeous arcs that left Lionel at a loss for words. The cuts that ran across Lionel's body increased explosively in number. At times, the blade didn't even seem to touch him before a streak of blood was forced out, following the arcs of Kira's force as though to become one with her saber as well. Still, amidst all of this, Lionel could tell that the only reason he was still here was because Kira had no real intent to kill. He could see it from the twitch of her muscles to the trembling of her blade that she didn't seem to want to take that final step. Of course, it wasn't because she was scared to kill. Lionel felt that wasn't it. Rather, it was more like pity. She actually felt bad for him. "Hey Kira, what do you say about becoming one of my generals?" Lionel once again shamelessly asked such a question, his pale violet eyes sparkling as he observed every one of Kira's movement. Compared to Emna, not only was Kira far better in terms of strength, she also had character that Lionel was fond of. Of course, Kira was also a bit of an airhead, so she wasn't as intelligent as Emna was. Kira was speechless. Couldn't this annoying brat tell that she was holding back? Was he trying to take advantage of her again? My family has never participated in the Morales Air Wars, nor will it ever. Plus, even if I participated under my own name, it would cause some problems if I chose to help you as opposed to that annoying guy. Wait a minute. You're an heir. Kira had spoken offhandedly at first, just assuming what Lionel meant by general. But when she thought of the implications, she was left speechless again. To be an heir of the Morales family, one had to have both of their lineage factors. Now that she thought about it, the Morales family metal synergy lineage factor would be suppressed here. I don't mean just for the Air Wars, I mean permanently. Lionel replied with a smile. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Kira looked toward Lionel through her blades as though he was crazy. Forget it, you're too weak to recruit me anyway. Save me some time and just give up, will you? Just jump over the edge of the road, and you'll be teleported back to where you came from. Lionel blinked. So that abyss wasn't an instant death. He felt that he could believe Kira's words, but he obviously had no intention of giving up. So if I can beat you, that's a yes? Kira's brows furrowed. No. Wait, you can't beat me anyway, stop asking stupid questions. You're trying to take advantage of me again. Lionel couldn't help but chuckled. You're so powerful. Why are you always worried about people taking advantage of you? Just chop them up with your sabers. That's what my mom said to do too. But I can't chop everyone up. That annoying cousin of yours is one of them. I really want to chop him up too, but I can't. Lionel's lip twitched. He didn't know he had a cousin to begin with. Well, aside from a certain young man from Earth. Did his father have brothers or sisters? Or did she just say cousin because they were loosely related? Lionel wasn't sure. How about this? Lionel's lip curled. If I beat you here, you have to promise to become my general. Ah, that sounds like a terrible deal. Dad always says to not accept one-sided deals. What are you giving up if you lose? If I lose, I'll craft you a pair of silver-grade sabers perfectly tailored to you. Kira blinked. You're a silver crafter? Lionel's lip twitched as he avoided Kira's gaze. He wasn't one. Yet. But it was only a matter of time, right? Soon it'll be one soon. Very soon. Lionel lied shamelessly. Kira blinked again. But during all this time, her sabers had never stopped. In fact, they only seemed to be growing more and more powerful. Okay. But it's not like you can beat me anyway. Kira's mask moved in a way that could only have been caused by a bright smile. Lionel laughed heartily. Remember, you said it. It's not very good for people to lie. Lionel's body suddenly began to shimmer. Runes were forcefully manifested all over his body, but rather than having the bronze color they usually had, they sparkled like a translucent blue diamond, coating Lionel's chiseled frame in a beautiful light blue. Kira's eyes widened. That's impossible. You shouldn't be able to use that here, you're cheating. Lionel's grin only widened as his speed increased explosively. Dense force began to billow out from his body like solar flares. And yet, despite how much he was giving up, he seemed to swallow even more, an endless supply funneling into him from the surroundings. All of Lionel's pores seemed to open up at once, steam billowing from his body faster and faster with every breath. In just a split moment, his strength stepped over an unimaginable threshold. Star fusion. Lionel's irises became so bright that they shimmered like two floating balls of amethyst. He shot forward, breaking through Kira's initial defenses with a shocking ease. The latter was so taken aback that she forgot to hold back, but just when she was panicking at having unleashed her full strength, she found that even that wasn't enough. What? Kira was at a loss. Crossing dimensional barriers to do battle was something you only heard about in lower dimensions. Such a thing happening in the highest 7th or 8th dimensions was absolutely unheard of, especially not when the person in question was a genius like her. Unfortunately, Kira was at too much of a disadvantage. Lionel had formed 3 stars with the special blue star force in the surroundings, something even the creator could never have predicted. As a result, he was completely immune to the increases to his weight, a privilege Kira obviously didn't have. To make matters worse, Kira's lineage factor and ability were sealed. She couldn't use any of the elemental forces she was practiced with. And as though all of that wasn't bad enough, she was facing an opponent who had an endless supply of energy thanks to the gorgeous blue star that was up ahead. Before she realized what was happening, she felt the ruby blade of a spear resting on her shoulder, just barely pressing against the skin of her neck. Lionel stood before her, his hair a stream of radiant blue energy even down to his brows. Diamond blue runes pulsed about his skin, even forming a crown upon his head. His whole figure radiated a striking hue that made one believe that he himself was a star. He looked as though he was a spirit deity, grinning down at her mischievously. If there was one place Lionel felt he was almost invincible, it was here. Announcement below. Chapter 878. I win. Lionel grinned, his teeth practically sparkling like shimmering diamonds as the energy continued to billow around him. Kira was truly speechless this time, even to the point she forgot to shout out her words like she normally did. She almost sounded like a little girl who had been wronged at this point, the pout beneath her mask becoming more and more pronounced. Remember, you have to keep your word. Lionel's grin didn't fade. Humph, you cheated. How did you use your metal synergy runes? They should be blocked in this place. Lionel smiled knowingly but didn't explain. If he did, he would also have to explain how he had formed 3 stars in this place by deducing the 4th dimensional layer of dimensional cleanse. Even if he was unaware before, it was impossible for him to still be ignorant now. Obviously, he hadn't been meant to deduce anything. In fact, Lionel felt that he understood what was supposed to have happened here now that he had interacted with Kira. That blue star in the distance radiated a special energy that was quite good at revitalizing the body. It was chosen not for the sake of allowing comprehension of the 4th dimensional layer, but rather so that those taking this trial wouldn't have to worry about sleep or food. At the same time, though due to the special properties of the star, it had the side effect of adding to your weight. This did well to allow the star to double as a positive and negative for this trial. On the one hand, you wouldn't need to worry about fatigue or hunger, but on the other, it made the challenge tougher. Lionel, though, foolishly thought that he was meant to deduce the next layer from the context clues left behind. However, it seemed that he had really overthought things this time. This, unfortunately, left some lingering worries. If the test wasn't designed for him to deduce things, then that meant it was very possible that he could have missed something important. Now he was even more eager to get his hands on the real version, so that he could compare and contrast. Luckily, he hadn't been able to deduce the next layer, or else things might have been difficult to reverse should he really have made a mistake. Even with all of this said, there was still something else that Lionel was completely unaware of. That blue star in the distance was no simple blue star. In fact, to call it as such was doing a disservice to its true ability. Among the top 10 star forces in existence, the force that this star produced was among the only 2 that were made of pure star force without the addition of other elements. This blue star force was known as vital star force. It was among the rarest star forces in all of existence, and the stars that produced it were even rarer. In fact, it might not be an exaggeration to say that this vital star was the only one of its kind left. The Dyson sphere that spun around the vital star wasn't there to just harness its energy. It was also in place to keep the star living far beyond its normal lifespan. What did this mean? Well, Lionel was probably the only one to be foolish enough to deduce a cultivation method amidst a battle trial. He was also probably the only one foolish enough to not only deduce it, but actually act upon what he deduced. He was further the only one foolish and lucky enough to have the affinity necessary to form not just 1 star but 3 simultaneously. This was all to say that maybe in the entire dimensional verse, Lionel was the only one currently living to have formed 3 stars of vital star force. You're not going to go back on your word, right? Lionel blinked innocently. You. Shameless. Mother said to avoid shameless men like you. Lionel laughed. He had no idea how Kira's family felt confident in sending such a naive young lady here to fend for herself. Then again, considering her strength, maybe they didn't feel like they had anything to worry about. Whatever, I can't help you with the air wars even if I wanted to. It would cause too many problems and my mom and dad would have to get yelled at again. I don't want them to get yelled at. Lionel sighed. Even though Kira was clearly going back on her word, he had never seriously expected her to accept so easily in the first place. With the plans he had in mind, it would most definitely be powerful families like Kira's own that stood in his way the most, so he couldn't very well ask someone who hardly knew him to betray their family, right? Ironically, though, this all seemed to be tied to that cousin of his. Even without really knowing what was happening, Lionel could only think of 2 explanations. The first was that this cousin had blood ties to Kira's family. These ties were most likely related to one of their parents or grandparents at the very worst. Since the air wars relied on gathering outside help, families' ties were among the most important. So Lionel wouldn't be surprised if his competition had strong backing from either their mother or father's side. The second possibility was a marriage alliance. In that case, Kira would be betrothed to one of his cousins. That would make it even more difficult for her to side with Lionel regardless of the situation. Truth be told, Lionel didn't really want Kira for the heir wars. He was thinking far beyond this. As far as he was concerned, the heir wars were just a convenient and seamless way to take over the Morales family. Nothing more, nothing less. All right. Fine. I should have known I couldn't trust you. Lionel said teasingly. Go ahead and jump over the side then. Kira stamped her foot. You cheated. It definitely doesn't count. Chapter 879. Lionel was speechless. This girl was really an airhead. If it was so easy to cheat in this place, why didn't everyone do it? Okay. I cheated. But you still lost. Kira glared at Lionel and began muttering to herself. Clearly, she was feeling conflicted. After all, their competition hadn't said that no such cheating was allowed. So Lionel hadn't done anything wrong. Lionel laughed to himself as he could practically see the gears turning in her little head through her radiant blue eyes. He was caught between believing that this young woman was quite attractive and thinking that she was an adorable little girl. Of course, Kira was at most a year or two younger than he was. But that was neither here nor there. Fine. Kira stomped her foot. Before Lionel could react, he found a delicately sculpted vial being pushed into his chest, and thanks to Kira's palm, he felt a slight cold sweat mat his brow, because that airhead was actually still holding her saber at the same time. If she was just a little careless, she might have cut him in half. This? Lionel blinked in confusion, tilting his head. The vial was filled with a dense red liquid. But what shocked Lionel was that when he caught it, his hand almost crashed to the ground. By the time he picked himself up, Kira was already at the edge of the light road, glaring back at him. Consider that as compensation. Oh, and remember that you only get to step off the road like this on your first attempt. During your second attempt, you're only allowed to quit after gaining a fragment of dimensional cleanse. Quitting at any other moment means death. Humph, I don't know why I'm explaining these things to you. You're clearly a cheater. With that, Kira stepped off the road as though there wasn't an endless abyss below. Even Lionel couldn't help but slightly panic for her. But before he could do anything, she had vanished. Lionel's brow furrowed. He found himself hoping that she was okay. Even though she was an airhead, she had clearly helped him more than he could put into words. And this thing, Lionel's frown deepened as he struggled to pick up the vial. Even his fingers themselves struggled to keep their grip around it. If not for him still being in his Star Force form, he would have already dropped it with hardly any hope of picking it up. Now that Lionel thought about it, even Kira hadn't exactly lifted it. She had pressed her palm against his chest, then took it out of her spatial ring, passing it off to him. Remembering this, he couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed she wanted to get one more dig in before she left. At least she had a conscience, though. Hey dictionary, what the hell is this thing? Ping, replying to Seed. This is an ocean drop vial. Lionel raised a brow. He had meant the liquid within, but he had almost forgotten how specific he needed to be with the dictionary. Now though, he was curious about this ocean drop vial. What does an ocean drop vial do? Ping. It can turn an ocean's worth of liquid into a single drop. It is especially good at preserving the vitality of blood. It can decrease the weight of the liquid within it by a factor of up to 10,000. Lionel's pupils constricted. 10,000. And it was still so heavy. Wait, if it could hold an ocean's worth of liquid, even a factor of 10,000 wasn't nearly enough. And what is within it? Lionel asked slowly. Ping. Lionel's pupils constricted once again, his expression becoming serious. The lag between the ping and response was about a millisecond off. The only time this happened was when a recorded message was about to play. And if that was happening, it meant whatever was in this vial was important enough for his father to leave a message behind about it. As expected, Lionel's ability never failed him. Soon, a shimmering hologram of his father appeared for the first time in a long while. The projection of his father blinked, looked around, and finally focused on Lionel, who was above it. Hey brat. What's up? Been a while, huh? Lionel's face remained expressionless. Did this old man really expect him to fall for this same prank call bit again? He had already done it once before, he didn't plan on doing it again. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Lionel was no fool. He would just let his father's practical joke play itself out. He was more interested in hearing about just what was in this vial. The curiosity was itching at him. Huh? You can't say hello to your own father after so long? After all the years I spent raising you? After birthing you from my seed? Lionel's lip twitched. The old man was really laying it on thick this time, huh? He really wasn't in the mood. In fact, he was running out of time. With Kira gone, who knows if the spirits would start to appear again? Ah, I get it. You think I'm pranking you again. I had my fun already, it's really me this time. Lionel remained silent, staring back at the hologram without a word. This game of chicken he had no intention of losing. He could almost see the moment of victory when his father burst into a fit of laughter, saying it was a pre-recording, only for him to not have fallen for it at all. Fine, fine. Lionel's father shook his head. I get it. I can see that look in your eye. You're angry about something. What is it? Your little girlfriend dumped you? Lionel's eye twitched. His dad always had a way of reading his mind when no else could. After the metamorphosis, Lionel almost wanted to believe that that was his ability. Listen, kid, I always told you women were complicated. You spent 4 years chasing after that little girl. She probably thinks you'll always be there for her whenever it is she wants to come back, so of course she'll leave you. Let alone women. People in general can't appreciate something until they can't have it when they want it. Come on, talk to your old man. Us Morales men are better than this. Lionel froze, his father's words echoing in his mind. His eyes glazed over as though he was trying to think of how to respond when a boisterous laughter suddenly shook him awake. Fuck. Damn it. I can't breathe. Just imagining the look on your face. My son's a dumbass. You actually fell for it again. Lionel was speechless. He really had. He suddenly felt the need to find where his father was right now and strangle him to death. Chapter 880. Lionel shook his head. Maybe someone else would have been truly enraged by now. After all, making jokes about such a sensitive subject was enough to trigger a lot of people, especially when it was about themselves. But Lionel had always been good at compartmentalizing things. At least he hadn't said too much before his father went off. This old man was really getting more and more annoying with age. The good news was that this was less likely to be a serious matter. After all, the last time a recording of his father was triggered, it was about the death of his paternal grandfather. Back then, there hadn't been any room for joking at all. In fact, Lionel distinctly remembered his father being on the brink of rage, an emotion Lionel had never seen on him before. Since his father could joke now, at least that meant that this was a lighter matter. Unfortunately, Lionel couldn't have been more wrong. Lionel speechlessly looked from the dictionary to the vial, and back again after his father's hologram faded. For a long while, or at least what would have felt like it with how many things ran through his mind, he didn't move or say anything. Void invalids. If it could be said that invalids were the failures of the universe and variant invalids were among the greatest threat, then void invalids were the creature lurking in the night. Not in the sense that they were a bedtime fairy tale, but in that they were an existential threat to all. Invalids, as failures, were often the carbon copy of the races they supposedly failed from. Lionel had never thought about it before because all the invalids he had ever come across were humans. But what if the invalid in question was from another race? There had to be invalid beasts, maybe invalid oryx, or invalids of any myriad of other races. Right? Void invalids were invalids of a particular race, a race that would have ruled over the dimensional verse had they still existed. His father called these creatures void beasts. Void beasts had never had a world to call home. They were birthed from celestial bodies and roamed space with the same freedom that birds roam the skies. They swallowed worlds as snacks and burped out stars for relief. These were the kind of creatures that were simply far too beyond Lionel's understanding to grasp. The current Lionel couldn't even sustain himself in the depths of space without special equipment. In fact, Only sixth-dimension existence with special abilities and upward could do such a thing. However, from infancy, such void beasts took what he would find difficult as a time of leisure. And yet, they were not only extinct, they had been devoured by the invalids of their race, creating an all-new category of invalids all to their own. Void invalids. The truth was that this blood wasn't from a void invalid. As far as Lionel knew, invalids didn't really have blood. Or rather, they did. Only up until their death, wherein their bodies became motes of light and force. The blood that Kira had given him was from the corpse of a void beast. According to the dictionary, it had less than 1% of its original potency left by the time Kira's Salvatine family had found it. From analysis, the original void beast had been dead for hundreds of thousands of years, likely longer than even that. The dictionary had further deduced that the void invalid that killed it likely only snatched away its ethereal glabella, swallowing it for its evolution. As for the rest of the void beast's body, it was fairly useless to it. Lionel could imagine a mountain corpse the size of a planet floating about in space, an endless river of red orbiting about it. It was said that the empty space in the universe was so vast that even if you pointed in a random direction and headed in it without deviating to the left or right, there was an almost 100% chance you would reach the end of it all without touching a single thing. For a beast as massive as the void beast, this was likely still true. Who knew how long its death had been an unknown blight on the world? Lionel was suddenly reminded of another thought experiment. If a tree fell in a forest with no one to witness it, does it make a sound? If you die alone in the vastness of space without a friend or family to remember you, did you really die? It was quite chilling. The void beasts were so powerful, and yet there were so few. They had no parents, no friends. They could hold the fate of the dimensional verse in the palms of their hands, but what did that count for? Lionel clenched the vial tightly. Just months ago, he was worrying over exactly how to continue to press Little Black Star's evolution forward, only for such a boon to end up in his hand. Even though the potency was less than 1% what it was originally, void beasts were still the rulers of all shadow sovereigns. Even though Little Black Star's ability placed him at the very pinnacle, he was greatly limited by how ordinary his origins were. The small body of Earth's minks weren't entirely conducive to producing powerful beings. This was why Lionel needed to help Little Black Star's evolution, along with the blood of stronger beasts. The stronger Little Black Star's body became, the easier he would be able to accommodate the strength of his ability, and the faster he would grow. After absorbing the mimicry bat's blood, Little Black Star's talent shone through, and he was immediately able to awaken the strongest form of mimicry, ability steal. Right now, this was already one of Lionel's strongest trump cards toward building the ideal world he had in mind. This alone was enough to prove just how strong Little Black Star's talent was. Lionel was curious to see just how much Little Black Star would progress after fusing with the blood of a void beast. Lionel's subsequent pace was just as slow. He took his own advice quite well. Since he would be behind no matter what, why would he ruin his own stamina just to not catch up anyway? Even though Lionel didn't have to worry about stamina at all in this place, he still chose this route. This was because the time he gained to not only strengthen himself, but to reflect and think was invaluable. With every day that passed, Lionel grew by leaps and bounds. Star fusion was a technique Lionel formed using Camelot's magic system. He was able to further improve upon it by using his bronze runes as a medium. Star fusion could be considered a knight's technique rather than a mage technique. It essentially used his body as a core of a star, combusting energy to boost everything from his strength to his speed to even his reaction time. Lionel calculated that in the real world, he would probably last a few minutes in that state, and it would give him the strength of an entire dimension above himself, something that proved just how fearsome Vital Star Force was. At least this was the case when the gap between the fourth and fifth dimension was the target. However, in this world, with a vital star looming and the location being saturated with it, Lionel could stay in that state for as long as he wanted to. The only real limitation was the stress on his body, but even that had been fixed thanks to using his bronze runes. When Lionel activated his bronze runes, his body became sturdier and more solid. It was essentially like releasing hidden shackles on his metal body, and allowing him to become even stronger. The reason this was necessary was quite obvious. Skin would never be as sturdy as metal, and metal would never be as flexible as skin. In order to gain advantages of them both, some sacrifices had to be made, sacrifices that were unnecessary once bronze runes were activated. In their activated state, Lionel's body became both as hard as metal and as flexible and spongy as flesh, giving him the best of both worlds. By using his bronze runes as the passageways for his vital star force, Lionel was essentially forcefully awakening his metal synergy lineage factor without truly activating it. This gave his body added strength the vital star force was able to feed off of in a feedback loop. Vital star force would make his body more explosive and powerful. This would result in his bronze runes becoming stronger and make his body more durable and harder. And due to his body becoming more durable, vital star force could make him even stronger. It could be said that the formation of Lionel's vital stars and his creation of star fusion was enough to make this trip more than worth it, even if he didn't gain a single other thing. And that was ignoring the fact he had found Little Black Star the perfect path toward evolution. Of course, the best part that Lionel was happy to find out was that he really had perfectly deduced the fourth dimensional layer of dimensional cleanse. After defeating Kira, it had appeared in his mind as though it had always been there. The result was Lionel being impressed with even himself. Not bad, if I do say so myself. Lionel chuckled. Oh. Lionel's gaze narrowed slightly. There, up ahead, he realized that he had made it to the next round after another 3 months. This time, however, there wasn't just a single road meeting his own. There were two. The two young men seemed to sense him at the same time, their gazes glowing with a hidden sharpness. It seems that they weren't nearly as friendly as Kira. Chapter 881. Lionel's steps slowed, his mouth shaping into a small O as he sucked in a long breath. The wind reacted to his action, a vacuum of swirling blue moving about as his chest expanded. Even before he stepped into the range of the two young men before him, his body was filled to the brim with force. The two young men looked at one another. Much like Kira, they had been waiting here for a long while. They couldn't exactly be considered as friends, and were just acquaintances. However, what they did have was a tacit agreement. The easiest target here was as bright as day. Who else could it be if not the man who hadn't had a chance to rest? In a three-way battle, the number of variables were too numerous to account for. It was much easier to deal with what might come their way if they only had a single other person to worry about. In the end, the choice was obvious. Kill Lionel first. The two young men slowly rose to their feet. He's in the fourth dimension, Richard. All the more reason to get rid of him as soon as possible. What are the odds, though, that he managed to meet up with someone weaker than himself during the first round? Something smells fishy. Richard's gaze narrowed. Now that he thought about it, making it through round 1 wasn't the only challenge in getting to this place. There was a month worth of battles to survive through as well. Though those battles were scaled by your own strength, helping you slowly squeeze out your own potential. By the time you got to this point, strength at the 5th dimension was a must. For most who entered this trial, succeeding in this second round was their goal. The 3 foundational layers of dimensional cleanse, along with the potential to birth up to 9 stars, was what was most enticing. As a result of this, it could be said that the first and second rounds were a massive filter. The creator couldn't just allow people a chance just because they wanted one, right? That wasn't how things worked. But it was exactly because this was such a great filter that Lionel's being here was so baffling. The moment Lionel's breath ended, his aura suddenly blazed. His runes burst to life, a gaseous star force emitting out from his hair, skin and even eyes. It was clear that in the last 3 months his star fusion had grown even more powerful. In fact, it had grown powerful to the point he knew that without opening the 5th dimensional gates of his metal synergy lineage factor, he didn't stand a chance at using it outside of this world. His hair became a long gaseous, almost illusory river of force. His eyes lost the distinction of its irises, pupils and whites, becoming an orb of blue that encompassed it all. His body was wrapped by a beautiful blue fog, his runes shining a brighter and brighter diamond blue. The pupils of the 2 young men constricted, but Lionel had already bolted forth. If they could make the deduction that Lionel was the easiest target, how could Lionel not deduce what they were thinking? However, as far as he was concerned, it simply didn't matter. In this place? Against those of the fifth dimension? He was invincible. Richard pulled out a long rod. It was pitch black to the point it seemed to warp all the light that hung around it. Just by gazing upon it, one could feel its weight and heft. The second young man, who went by the name of Higlis, reacted just as quickly, a large hammer appearing with just a flip of his palm. It only took a single glance for Lionel to tell that these two were well into the fifth dimension. In fact, both were at Tier 7. Their strength was undeniable, and yet still several measures beneath Kira. It was clear to Lionel that neither was from a family anywhere near as strong as Kira's. Either that, or their talent simply couldn't match up. At least, the second was still a possibility until Lionel activated his spear domain lineage factor, causing his forehead to shimmer with a bright gold amidst all the sparkling blue. The moment he saw that the two before him didn't seem to recognize his lineage factor, it became obvious that the former was true. The only chance these two had was if their teamwork was seamless. Unfortunately, Lionel appeared before Higlis, his aura blazing. He had swapped a heavy spear into his hands, his momentum causing the air to fizzle and crack as it raced to get out of his way. His spear descended from above, his swing so forceful that even its sturdy polearm warped. Higlis' expression was unsightly. This level of strength, he would be hard-pressed to find it even in a person a half-step from the sixth dimension. What the hell was this nonsense? He had heard of geniuses that were capable of relying on universal force to cross dimensional barriers. But this was very clearly not universal force. In fact, the universal force he could sense was at the mere Four Seasons realm. Not nearly enough to cross such a large gap between them. Higlis had never felt so humiliated in his life. He had always had the utmost confidence in his strength, and yet that was what he was about to lose in. Bang! Higlis' expression changed as a weapon cracked and shattered to pieces. He would have bet everything that it would be his own. And yet it was Lionel's own heavy spear that couldn't withstand the impact. And yet, he didn't even have the time to celebrate. It was right at the moment of his elation that the wall of pressure slammed into him. His legs bent to the point his back slammed onto the road. The polearm of his hammer was pressed into his chest, threatening to split his body in two, and worse of all, he felt his orifices burst beneath the pressure, his body feeling as though it might implode from the inside out. Chapter 882. Higlis violently coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, but due to the fact he was facing the sky, he nearly choked on it all to death a moment later. Richard, who still had his rod brandished, couldn't help but narrowed his eyes, gazing at Lionel, who was currently looking at the now bladeless spear in his hand. Lionel sighed and shook his head. He knew that this heavy spear of his was only at the quasi-bronze level, but he hadn't expected for just a single blow to leave it in such a state. Luckily, it had lasted just long enough to leave Higlis in a state where he could obviously no longer battle, or else maybe he would have been on the losing end. Higlis rolled his head to the side, continuing to cough. His blood, which should have pooled on the surface of the light road, was instantly purified, vanishing into thin air without even the slightest puff of smoke. Such a sight left Lionel sighing. How many people had died on this road, only to be purified away in that exact fashion? There weren't even any lingering markings remaining of what once was. Lionel gazed down at Higlis. At the moment, the young man had still not begged for a word of mercy. Truth be told, Lionel didn't plan on killing if he didn't have to. It wasn't like they were meeting on a battlefield. They were forced to go head-to-head for the sake of this technique. Still, the fact he hadn't gave Lionel a faint amount of respect for him. With a single movement, Lionel hooked his foot at Higlis' hip and kicked him over the side of the road. Of course, he had no idea if this was an act of mercy or not. For all he knew, this was Higlis' second attempt and not his first. If it was the second, that would mean that Higlis would die. But there was nothing that Lionel could do about that. He had no intention of giving up a chance to complete dimensional cleanse, just for the sake of kindness. He was slowly learning how to balance his morality with what he felt like he had to do. Ultimately, he knew well that if Higlis had the chance, he would have killed him. So this was the best Lionel could do for such an enemy. Higlis obviously couldn't fight back. But his gaze seemed to lock onto Lionel in those final moments as though trying to sear the memory of his face into his mind. Lionel turned his attention toward Richard. The latter was a well-dressed young man with long cascading black hair and deep violet eyes. The rod he held trembled slightly, but it seemed to be more due to its heft than fear. Lionel felt that this young man had probably taken out a weapon beyond his ability to control after he realized just how powerful Lionel was. With a movement, Lionel put away his heavy spear. He wasn't worried about it being broken since the spear domain heirloom had the ability to repair breaks to spears it had recognized. It seemed that he had gone a bit overboard. With Star Fusion, in Fusion, the version he had used against Kira, he could have already defeated these two. However, he was using the second version, Star Fusion, Combustion at the moment, which was most definitely overkill. It was unfortunate. He had wanted to test the third version he had come up with, but it seemed that he wouldn't get the chance to this time around. "May I know your name?" Richard asked, a smoldering fury hidden within the depths of his eyes. He had really needed to succeed here. He just had one step to go, yet such a roadblock had appeared. How could he not be infuriated? However, he was a person used to setbacks. He had been fighting against his brothers and cousins all his life. After many decades of hard work, he finally managed to get his hands on a map to the dimensional cleanse, trials, and had prepared for years for this very moment. The trouble was that even though this was just his first attempt, who knew when the next round would begin? Lionel thought that he was alone initially precisely because the trial began the moment he solved his puzzle. So, how could he not think this? But, the truth of the matter was that this trial would only begin after a certain number of individuals activated the map. Lionel thought the world revolved around him when it was just that he just so happened to be the last to activate his own. One might think that this was a simple task, but this couldn't have been further from the truth. There were more maps than there were the number of people who could enter the trial at any given time. However, this didn't mean that meeting the quota was simple. How many were on their first try currently? How many would dare to start up their second trial immediately after the first despite knowing the risks? Wouldn't they take their time to grow much more powerful before trying again? How many were on their second trial currently? What would happen to their map pieces after they were teleported out of here? Whose hands would it fall into? How long would it take that person to decipher the puzzle? Most would enter from a safe, secluded place. So who knew how long it would take to find their map fragments again? With all these variables in place, it took an average of 100 or so years for the trial to reset itself and begin again. At the shortest, it was a decade. At the longest, it could even take a millennia or several of them. Lionel had no idea about all of this, or else he would have been in awe of Kira's integrity, rather than making fun of her for not keeping her word. At the same time, he would also understand why Richard was smoldering with unwillingness and rage at this moment. "My name is Lionel Morales. And you?" Lionel asked politely despite the fact he didn't particularly care. Richard frowned. "Morales?" It felt both familiar and foreign to him for some reason. "My name is Richard Viola. Let's have a good battle." Chapter 883. The two shot forward simultaneously. Though he knew that it would be overkill, Lionel didn't want to waste another spear. He could tell how powerful Richard's rod was, and it was made of a material that reminded him of Elther's chaotic particle force. It had heft, an almost tangible gravitational pull to it, and it seemed like an endless void fashioned into a pole. However, it didn't seem to matter very much. Lionel could tell that Richard's skill was top-notch, even beyond his own. Lionel was still refining his spear domain, and hadn't touched many spears at the 5th dimensional level. In addition, he had spent much of the past few months tweaking and refining Star Fusion, because he knew how important it would be to his combat prowess in his world. However, though it was faintly beyond him, the gap wasn't enormous. And while there was a small gap in skill, the gap in power was an almost endless abyss. Richard's skill wasn't great enough to pin Lionel down, and his strength was far too weak to last more than a few dozen exchanges. After just several minutes, Richard found himself standing on the edge of the road, his heels not even touching ground anymore. He continued to glare at Lionel through the striking of their weapons. In this place, he couldn't make use of even a single % of his true strength. His body was heavy, his lineage factor and ability was sealed away. And to make matters worse, this young man he was fighting didn't seem to have any of these limitations. He could tell that Lionel was holding back for some reason. And even though he didn't know what that reason was, it only infuriated him more. He was so close. There was just a single person blocking his path toward securing the Viola family's heirship for himself. And yet, he had actually run into such a roadblock. I should. Richard grit his teeth and shook his head. It wasn't worth it. If he used it now, he would waste it, and his intuition told him that it wouldn't fix much of anything. The gap between his current self and Lionel was far too wide. However, he held on so that he could continue to analyze Lionel. If there were two things it was patient and vengeful. He didn't know if he would ever run into this Lionel Morales again, but when he did, he would pay him back 100-fold. He likely has either a Star Force lineage factor or ability. It gives him a massive leg up in this place. But outside, he won't have nearly as much Star Force to work with. The only way to match up to this density of Star Force would be to battle near a star. However, unless you were in the 6th dimension, you couldn't even consider battling in space. And, unless you were in the 7th, approaching even a 3rd-dimensional star was asking for death without appropriate protection. Stars, black holes, and other celestial bodies were among the existences in the dimensional verse that were dangerous regardless of their dimension. Depending on how you looked at it, this could either be an intriguing mystery, completely irrelevant, or something that made little to no sense. When Richard found he could no longer hold on, he didn't give Lionel even the chance to kill him. He slipped a foot back, hooking his toes beneath the light road before pushing back with his remaining foot. His rod spun in his hand as he swung at the bottom of the road with all his might. Like an arrow out of a cannon, he shot into the abyss below, his 2 flickering violet irises the last things that were visible before he completely vanished. Lionel didn't react much to this. He hadn't been planning on killing Richard to begin with. That said, he hadn't been holding back to spare him but rather to focus on his star fusion and see if there was anything that could be tweaked and fixed. At that moment, a flood of information entered Lionel's mind, causing him to close his eyes. He took long, steady breaths, his mind assimilating it all very quickly. Compared to the 4th dimension segment, the 5th dimensional was a lot more involved. Ironically, though, also compared to the 4th dimension, cultivation within the 5th dimension was far easier as well. Especially for someone like Lionel. Depending on how you looked at it, that is. Even as early as the 3rd dimension, one had to restructure their body on a cellular level. This was a massive leap for anyone. The difficulty was already beyond the understanding of most. Within the 4th dimension, this became even more complicated. Rather than just forming nodes and the connection between them, one had to essentially form a completely new circulatory system that could connect, fuse and make use of all of their inner organs, muscles and bones. Back then, just for the sake of adding a node to his brain stem, Lionel had to rearrange the pathways of tens of thousands of his neural cells. Now one could imagine the level of rearranging that would be necessary for someone to make a new circulatory system for themselves. However, the 5th dimension didn't require any of this. In fact, it could be said that the reformation of the body could be considered to be complete, for now. The 5th dimension was entirely focused on the mind and eliciting growth within it. There were no new cells or nodes to form. One could entirely focus on increasing the size, durability and strength of their ethereal glabella. It could even be said that from now on, one's ethereal glabella would only become more and more important. Lionel had been disappointed that his number of minds had only increased to 50,000 after reaching the peak of the 4th dimension. This might sound like a lot, but when he already had 1,000 at the peak of the 3rd dimension, the number seemed too small. How could there only be a 50x difference between the 3rd and 4th dimensions, let alone that being the gap of their peaks? But now he understood. The 5th dimension would be where the shackles of his mind were truly released. Chapter 884. Lionel's eyes opened, his gaze narrow. I'll be ready soon. If there was anything staying in the 3rd dimension for so long taught him, it was that there was always far more potential left to squeeze out than he thought. There was a point in the third dimension where he thought that his limit was 60 split minds, only for him to end up with over 1,000. Of course, this wasn't to say that Lionel planned to spend several more years in the fourth dimension. In fact, he planned on breaking through on this road so long as he was forced to. If he wasn't forced to, he would break through the moment he left this place. His reasoning was simple. The reason he had been able to go from 60 to 1,000 split minds wasn't because he had that much potential to squeeze out, but rather because his mind was already in the fifth dimension. It had long since been far more ready to reach that level than he had given it credit for. Such a large difference could be explained by his body slowly acclimating and growing stronger within the limitation of the third dimension. Lionel had a feeling that even if he had broken through back when he only had 60 split minds, he would have still gained more than 10,000 after reaching the peak of the fourth dimension. Still, the reason Lionel wasn't breaking through immediately wasn't for his mind. He felt that no matter what, he would be able to bring it to its full potential. Rather, the reason he was holding back was due to his body. He had barely tasted fourth-dimensional force and he was still acclimating himself to it. His star fusion. And these last 3 months had sped up the process tremendously, especially the former. He felt it wouldn't be long before he spilled over in the fifth dimension much like he had the fourth. I've spent a lot of time here, it's probably time to speed up a bit. Lionel shot forward. It's interesting though. I feel like I could tell anyone I want about the fourth dimensional layer of dimensional cleanse. But for some reason, there's a barrier when it comes to the fifth. Kira had jumped off before Lionel got a chance to call out to her. But he had wanted to give her the fourth dimensional layer at least before she left. He hadn't felt anything stopping him, so he thought it would be the same for all the layers. And yet, he found that the fifth dimensional layer was locked away in his mind with no intentions of allowing him to speak of it. In fact, Lionel got a small headache whenever he tried. Is it because I comprehended the fourth dimensional layer on my own? Lionel frowned. When he heard that dimensional cleanse could be practiced alongside other techniques, he had already had thoughts of passing it down to his brothers. But now it seemed that things weren't so simple. What if I dissect and comprehend the fifth dimensional layer on my own too? Would that be possible? Lionel wasn't sure honestly. Could you learn something you already knew? Lionel felt that there was a subtle difference he might be able to take advantage of. Of course, what he didn't seem to realize was just how utterly ridiculous what he was thinking of doing was. Comprehending the fourth dimensional layer on your own was shocking enough. But, to even attempt to do so for the fifth. Suddenly Lionel's eyes widened. He crossed the barrier at which a spirit warrior should have appeared. By now, they were appearing every 20 or so meters, so he had already been prepared to go all out. But the reality was different from what he expected. A spirit hadn't appeared at the 20-meter mark. In fact, even after traveling over a kilometer, he didn't find one. When he was about to hit 10 kilometers, Lionel's senses caught onto the faint traces of a barrier. It was the same barrier he sensed whenever he had yet to defeat a spirit, and also the same barrier he sensed during his battle with Kira and those 2 young men from before. But this time, there was no spirit warrior. A puzzle? Lionel blinked before his lips spread into a wide grin. This was what he was best at. What he didn't expect, though, was that for the subsequent puzzles to take all 50,000 of his split minds to complete. There was nothing simple about this trial in the slightest. However, Lionel's speed compared to others at this point was like a night and day switch of before. By the time he made it to round 3, there was no one around but himself. He had actually managed to bridge a gap of almost half a year in a single round. On a moon covered in red dust and sand, a portal opened up. Slowly, but surely several figures walked out, each more ravaged and injured than the last. Even still, many of them could only look toward the back of a particular young woman with reverence clear in their eyes. Her armor was caked with blood from top to bottom, some of it having yet to completely dry. The grip she had over her battle axe hadn't weakened not even a single measure in all this time. And even now her back was straight and true. The depths of her eyes carried an emotionless cold that was hard to meet with any gaze. Samson was among the last to come out. In truth, he seemed to be in the worst condition. Even having lost an arm, he would have died had it not been for Aina being far stronger than any of them thought. In fact, all of them would have died. He looked toward her back with a hint of worship. He had never managed to catch a glimpse of her face, but maybe that was for the best. He felt that such a warrior shouldn't be blasphemed in this way just because she was a woman. It seems that the Brazingers will be yet another hereditary vassal family. I will have to tell Richard about her as soon as possible. The girls by her side aren't bad either. Who would have thought that this would have been a unique zone? Chapter 885. Richard appeared back within a familiar space, his expression the mark of coldness. Every one of his features seemed to have been etched out of a slab of marble, remaining unmoving for several moments past what was natural. It was only after half of an hour passed that he took his first breath, expelling all of the rage that had built up within him. Looking down at the map piece in his hand, he stored it within a hidden spatial compartment in his belt, his expression returning to a normal baseline as though nothing had happened. After another deep breath, he steadied himself completely. There were still a few years left. He already had a lead amongst all the other potential heirs, and this would have just placed him far above them. But since things had ended like this, he would have to find another way to end this competition for good. He had still managed to gain the fourth-dimensional layer. If he combined it with the third-dimensional layer, should he be lucky enough, he might not have to worry about not having received the fifth-dimensional layer. By now, the others should have found the stars I'm looking for. I'll complete the first 2 layers first before moving on with the next step of my plan. Richard was about to make a move to communicate with his subordinates covertly, not wanting anyone to know that he had returned just yet, when he realized that he had actually already received a message. Toward this, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Anyone with the specifications of this talisman knew that he didn't want to be disturbed. The only reason they would dare to reach out to him anyway was if the matter was of the utmost importance. As expected, Richard had hardly begun reading into the specifics when his pupils constricted. A unique zone related to the Silver Empire. Even for Richard, who had seen a lot of things in his life, such a thing couldn't help but make his heart skip a beat. The truth was that Silver Empire zones were not rare. It might have collapsed long ago, but its territory had been wide and expansive. The number of situations that would have occurred in such a large region to trigger the creation of a zone into the future was enormous. However, any empire of that size, as a form of protection to themselves, would have numerous fail-safes against the formation of zones. Although they wouldn't be able to stop them from being formed, what they could do was twist and distort the connection, making whatever gains one could make in their zones bordering on useless. One might wonder what the point of all of this was. But the answer was plain as long as Lionel's experiences were taken into account. When Lionel entered the Joan zone, he had truly stepped foot into medieval France. If he had wanted, he could have learned what most historians would spend a lifetime unearthing just with a few moments of patience. He was able to fight in wars they could only speculate about, meet Joan of Arc who they could only deify, and he had even shared a building with a king that had died centuries ago. If he had wanted, he could have learned even what underwear Joan wore on a daily basis. It was just that all of this information was meaningless to him as a person from the 25th century. However, what if the target in question was an almighty empire who, at the height of their powers, ruled over several galaxies and stood atop 7th-dimensional worlds? In that case, wouldn't a single zone be a gateway to a wealth of information they could only dream about? The concept was the same for Earth. Honestly, depending on the situation. Some conspiracy theorists believed that things like the former Egyptian empires were formed by aliens. Some others even believed in lost cities of gold or mythical cities like Atlantis. Wouldn't such pivotal events be stored in zones as well? What sort of secrets might be hidden in the tale and legend of such events? This ultimately led to a problem. It was fine if an empire was already destroyed. But if these zones were popping up erratically all over their empire while they were still reigning, wouldn't these zones also give their enemies a chance at their secrets? One might say at this point that it wasn't like zones were safe havens. After all, if Lionel had wanted to learn the secrets of the French, he would have still had to put his life on the line. This was even more so for an empire like the Silver Empire. However, think of this for a moment. When an empire is growing, they obviously start at the lowest levels. They might start as a bronze organization before becoming a silver organization, and finally growing to a gold organization, or empire like the Silver Empire had. What if the secret to your success had been with you since the very beginning? What if there was an ability you wanted to hide, a lineage factor you wanted to keep secret, an unworldly treasure you didn't want others to know of? But as you grow, wouldn't the enemies you had to face also grow stronger? If those enemies targeted zones where you still had the strength of a bronze organization while they had the strength of a gold one, wouldn't all your secrets be laid bare? This was exactly why powerful organizations, families, kingdoms, and empires all chose a completely different path. By using an unfathomable amount of resources, they were able to distort what one would find in zones. These distortions made it impossible to tell what was true and what wasn't, leaving their enemies with no information at all. These distorted zones were useless for information, and could only be used for training, unless it became a unique zone. Chapter 886. By definition, distorted zones were technically unique zones to begin with. Unique zones were zones where outside influence changed the initial difficulty. Distorted zones were zones warped by outside influences as well. It was just that their difficulty didn't tend to change much at all. However, there were exceptions to this rule, and that was reserved for zones formed as the fall of an empire neared or its formation was nigh. At these two opposing points in an empire's history, its impact on the timeline was the greatest, making any attempted distortion very difficult. The result would be a unique zones whose difficulty was far and above away what it should have been. Not only would the distortion fail, but the likelihood of death would skyrocket. Even still, many would clamber at the chance to enter such a zone, some even more so than mythological zones. After all, a mythological zone was a random spin of the wheel. There was no telling if you would get a magic system that was powerful or weak. However, a unique zone that had been distorted was almost a guaranteed jackpot as long as the empire was powerful. By now, Richard's reaction to it all was more than just a little bit justified. The Silver Empire more than fit the bill for what was worth it. However, he soon calmed himself. For one, the timeline that Aina and the others had entered had been the empire's infancy, not near their downfall. Samson had long since said that they would be meeting a young General Phi. That alone spoke for itself. Though it was possible for the Silver Empire to have grown off the back of some ultra treasure that this zone would unveil the existence of, the likelihood was small. Most empires didn't rise like that, so Richard wouldn't put his hopes into such a thing. Many of an empire's trump cards came later as they accumulated wealth over thousands of years. The second reason Richard calmed himself was because of the rules of the Viola family. He could probably ignore them usually, but Samson had been tasked to do a duty that he was meant to have done. Obviously, this meant that all those who participated were high profile, and exactly the people the rules were created for. Simply put, he couldn't just snatch their gains because he felt like it. It would be one thing if Samson was the one to accumulate all the wealth of information. But from what he could tell from this recounting, the one to having likely benefited the most was a woman by the name of Aina Brazinger. Richard's eyes narrowed. Samson had left behind a glowing assessment of this woman, and he trusted Samson's judgment. She also seemed to be the daughter of vassal Miel Brazinger, which was good because Miel hadn't chosen a side yet. He seemed to have wanted to stay neutral. If Richard could get Aina to his side, wouldn't it be like also having Miel as well? Even if Miel didn't see it this way, what would the other heirs think? This could work. But geniuses like this are often haughty, and she seems to have the right to be. Samson describes her as cold and detached. Approaching such a woman would border on impossible. Richard wasn't foolish enough to believe that he could charm his way through such a situation, even though he was quite confident in himself in this regard. To have such a woman warm up would take years. In fact, in his experience, unless you got to her quite young, it would be almost impossible. At the same time, though, depending on the kind of cold and detached she was, things could also be easier. If she was the prideful type, then Richard could forget it. But if she was simply the cold and unfeeling type, she would be easy to convince with logic and reasoning. The latter type of woman wouldn't hesitate to even marry him so long as his pitch was convincing enough to her. One step at a time, Richard thought as he read the information to himself all over again. This Yuri seems like the best bet. She is far more social and open than Aina is. Also, this Aina seems obsessed with training as well. For now, I don't need my training resources. Giving them to her in exchange for her joining my side might be something she finds easy to accept as well. Richard thought of many plans. All of them he felt were viable. So he put several into motion. Once he was finished sending out orders, his gaze flashed with a cold light. Lionel looked around baffled. There really was no one else around. But looking at the roads, it seemed that 6 people were supposed to meet together? Was this supposed to be another battle like before? Or was everything going to be related to puzzles now? Lionel was actually quite eager for the 6th dimension layer. He had been analyzing the 5th dimensional layer for a few weeks now, and the more he delved into it, the more fascinating it became. Practicing the 5th dimensional layer, unlike the previous 2, was like an act of silent meditation. It all happened in the mind, and one's concentration and comprehension of the technique decided how fast it went and how pure the force you absorbed was. It was just that Lionel had never expected it to grow so complicated. But the more and more he observed it, the more he got the feeling that the 5th dimensional layer reminded him of something oh so familiar, something so familiar that he practically worked with them every day. Force arts. Chapter 887. The first step of the 5th dimensional layer was to clear your mind of distracting thoughts. After this was the visualization. Back on Earth, even in the 25th century, there were entire sciences based around state of mind and its importance. In order to understand, one only need to look toward stories of mothers lifting cars up and off of their children. In those moments, it wasn't about whether or not they could accomplish it, but rather they had to no matter what, or else they would lose something precious. Visualization was a way of artificially allowing a person to reach such a state. There were athletes and pro lifters who could place themselves in the most horrid of situations mentally, all for the sake of gaining that extra boost in strength. Simply put, the mind was a powerful thing. That said, the 5th dimensional layer didn't take advantage of this in a physical aspect, or more accurately, not directly. Rather, it allowed the mind to reach the optimal state for large influxes of force. This would then in turn allow the body to reach a higher state of being by proxy. The 5th dimension could be seen as a process of using the mind to undo the artificial shackles on the body, bringing you to a higher state of being. However, Lionel couldn't help but feel that the visualization needed to accomplish this was eerily familiar to force arts. Rather than relying on raw emotion or the imagining of terrible events to raise strength, the 5th dimensional layer of dimensional cleanse used a complex series of patterns. At first, it felt like it was directing you in how to circulate your energy. But as Lionel layered these patterns atop of one another in his dream world, and it became more and more complex, he realized that it was indeed just one big force art. Force arts can be used like this too? Lionel was stunned. It felt like an all-new world was opening up to him, and he could hardly believe it. The possibilities seemed endless. Every time he thought that he had grasped force arts, it felt like an all-new door would suddenly swing wide open. First it was crafting, then it was mage arts, and now it was visualizations. None of these 3 even mentioned the fact the first time Lionel had ever come into contact with force arts, it was under the ability of a person who could not only use it to control others, but even to replicate abilities. Back then Lionel understood too little about the world to understand just how shocking this was. But the more he learned, the more he felt that the individual with such an ability was most definitely among maybe the most powerful existences in the dimensional verse without a doubt. If I combine this concept of visualization with Camelot's magic system, Lionel's gaze suddenly felt like 2 blazing torches. Raising your mind to a higher state of being before casting a mage art. Just what kind of effect would that have? Would it allow him to cast mage arts beyond his capability? Would it allow him to use less dream force in exchange for the same power output? What kind of effects would it have on his night arts? Lionel knew that he was getting far too ahead of himself. This was no longer a simple matter of observing and analyzing the natural force art that encompassed Camelot's magic system. It would also require manipulating and changing it. Something like that would be difficult to do without a full grasp of Camelot's magic system. And at least with how things stood now, he was a long way away from that. A more realistic goal for now would be to take the next step forward in the wisdom branch of my snowy star owl lineage factor. One had to remember that much of the reason Lionel's mind was so powerful wasn't just because of his ability, but also because he had awakened the Luxnix family's wisdom branch so early on. This had allowed his mind to gain the fortitude of the fifth dimension immediately, which basically saved him from facing any bottlenecks from the third to fifth dimension in terms of dream force. But now Lionel was obviously about to reach the limit of the snowy star owl. After all, it had to be remembered that they were a sixth-dimensional beast. Obviously, its abilities wouldn't be able to help him beyond that cap. Still, there was no use in lamenting such a thing if Lionel hadn't even reached its peak potential yet. He could worry about not having a lineage factor for his mind to rely on when that time came. But for now he had to find a way to progress first. The good news was that Lionel already had a pretty good idea. The evolution paths for the snowy star owl were quite narrow when it came to the wisdom branch. Lionel had already faintly touched on the next layer as well. The snowy star owl's eyes. When Lionel evoked his snowy star owl lineage factor, sometimes its eyes would appear to his back. It didn't take much thinking for him to realize that this only happened when he entered his most calculative states. Lionel had been confused about this in the past, but after piecing together the intricacies of visualization to the fifth dimension, what if the snowy star owl's eyes were intricately tied with this? What would happen if instead of just manifesting those sharp eyes, he imagined and meditated on them? An interesting thought. It might work. Lionel lulled his boredom away with countless streams of thoughts, eliminating the useless, lingering around the maybes, and latching onto the most promising. However, just as he was ready to wait for months like he had done to others, he suddenly sensed the barriers before him vanish. Lionel was shocked. He didn't have to fight? What was going on? Lionel didn't even get the chance to think very much before a flood of information that almost split his skull in two assaulted his mind. Chapter 888. Lionel frowned deeply. Though he was soon able to spread out the trouble through his more than 50,000 minds, he still felt a slight cold sweat mat his back. The difference between taking in the fifth and sixth dimensional layers was actually so great. He felt that if he had tried to do this while still in the third dimension, his head would have exploded into bits of bones and gore. He hadn't even realized that there was such a lurking danger in this place. But he was even more surprised by the fact that there was actually no one around him at all. What Lionel didn't know was that the reason there were so many roads connecting into one was precisely because it was so rare for many to make it this far. After the first 2 rounds, things only became more difficult. There weren't a small number of individuals who were forced to give up after reaching a puzzle that was far too difficult for them to complete. Those on their second attempt who weren't confident in crossing to the third round would definitely leave after getting the fifth dimensional layer. As for those on their first attempt, it was rare for them to even clear the second round, let alone making it into the sixth. Most would drop out after gathering the first 3 layers of dimensional cleanse, because they were all aware of one simple fact. Unless you could form at least 3 stars between the first 3 layers, completing the sixth dimensional layer and beyond was impossible. The result of all of this was the second round becoming a major watershed moment where most would drop out. Usually, this would mean that one would gain an easy pass to the next round. However, the road of puzzles had something different in mind. When Lionel finally regained his bearings and felt okay to move again, the first puzzle he came across made his lip twitch. The creator was truly a sadistic bastard. How was he supposed to do this? It had already taken him up to several days to complete the last of the puzzles leading up to round 3. But just at a cursory glance, Lionel could tell that it would take him that long just to make a dent in this one. As for how long it would take him to actually complete it, at least a couple weeks. Unless, Lionel's gaze sharpened. It had been a long while since he used this. As time passed, his mind grew so powerful that he simply didn't need it. But now, it seemed that he would definitely have to rely on it again. At that moment, a heavy, ancient aura began to accumulate around Lionel. Auspicious air. Ancient aura. Heavenly enlightenment. Whenever Lionel gazed upon the natural force art he had gained from the force crystal mine eruption, his mind would enter into a state of overdrive that even his ability alone couldn't reach. Lionel had been worried that the effect it would have would lessen due to the fact it was a fourth-dimensional existence while he was already in the fifth, but he was pleasantly surprised to find that this wasn't the case. Though it was less helpful than in the past, it wasn't by an exaggerated amount. In fact, Lionel suddenly felt confident. I had only completed 99% of it in the past, yet it had this effect. I feel like I can finally do it. Lionel couldn't help but be excited. He had been stuck at this level for such a long time. Even though he had neglected this natural force art, he had never forgotten just how useful it had been to him in the past. Much of his quick progression could even be assigned to it. He felt that reaching from 99% to 100% wouldn't just be the change of a single percentage point. It would be an evolution just as whole as crossing a dimensional barrier. What kind of benefits would it give him? It seemed like that bet he made in the hive all those years ago was finally about to pay off big time. What Lionel didn't know, though, was at this point, there was only a single other person still within the trial with him. This person was also gaining the benefit of not having to fight a single person as he leisurely strolled forward, completing the puzzles with even greater ease than Lionel. He hummed a small tune, almost carelessly swinging his sword from time to time. But anyone who looked closely enough would be able to tell that this young man's every stroke was filled with an enigmatic mystery. He was none other than Amory, the sword deity. "You found the information I want." Richard was a bit surprised. He had expected it to take several months to even years to receive information back about that Lionel Morales. After all, the dimensional verse was an enormous place. Finding a single family, even if it was one as powerful as a sixth-dimensional one, would be almost impossible, in a short time anyway. Yet, Samson had come back to him with an answer barely a week later. At that moment, Richard was flying in a sleek black space shuttle. It was outfitted with the latest stealth technology. Though it couldn't hide his activity from the old fogies of his family, he didn't need to hide from them. He just needed to keep his movements secret from the other heir candidates. From his vantage point, he could see the 3 planets that revolved around one another. In truth, each of these 3 planets was ruled by a different sixth-dimensional family. The black and purple one was for their Viola family. The other 2, the planet with the mountains that looked like horns and the other that looked like a polished golden marble, with swirling white clouds, were controlled by 2 families just as powerful. As for the history behind this, it was long and complicated. Whenever Richard saw the 3 of them like this, he couldn't help but think back to it. After hearing Samson's explanation, though, his gaze couldn't help but narrow. Richard suddenly couldn't take his eyes off the golden white planet, even as his ship sped into the distance. Chapter 889. The Viola family. The Tora family. The Luxnix family. The 3 revolve around one another, maintaining a balance within this region of their tri-pillar galaxy. It could be said that they were friends, rivals and enemies all in one, each keeping the other in check, but all 3 being interdependent on one another. In his wildest dreams, Richard never thought that he would run into such a matter. In fact, it was even more shocking that such a matter had been hidden from him for so long. The potential implications of such a thing weren't simple at all. If he used it properly, this bit of information could be even more useful to him toward claiming heirship than even the 5th-dimensional layer of dimensional cleanse would have been. Of course, that was also depending on the details surrounding this case as well. However, Richard felt that he had grasped 90% of the story the instant Samson passed this information on to him. What was clear and obvious immediately was that Lionel didn't share the Luxnix name. This meant that it was the maternal side of his family. This point alone made a lot of things make sense, especially since it coincided with some things that the Luxnix family hadn't managed to hide so well. Wasn't such a thing all too common? Woman of a powerful family falls in love with a weak man. The result is a child out of wedlock that is looked down upon by his family. Ultimately, the man and son are either killed off and chased away, while the woman is locked up under house arrest as a reminder to future generations to not dare to make the same mistake. All the while, The son's name is stricken from the family records as an undying stain on his life and legacy. This story was simple enough, and it lined up with quite a few things. About 50 years ago, the Luxniks family suddenly came out guns blazing with a genius on the level of which the three families had never seen before. The most shocking part was that she was a member of Richard's generation, so he had personally lost handily at her hands once before. It was the kind of loss that left an untenable mark on his psyche that he hadn't managed to leap over even after all this time. To make matters worse, back then, he had already been well into his teens while that little girl was barely over 10 years old. However, that girl also vanished years later without word, rhyme or reason. The Luxniks family seemed to have completely forgotten about her, as though she never existed. If those two timelines were fused into one, Richard's eyes suddenly glowed with a fierce light. Would he really get revenge on that little girl in such a way so decades later? He had always wanted to wash that shame away, but he had always meant to do so with his fists. However, that girl had already vanished even after he became so confident in himself. Richard's lip curled. What a present indeed. He had thought that Lionel was a devil come to ruin all of his plans and test his resolve. Who would have known that he was actually a guardian angel come to hand him such a victory on a silver platter? Not only would he get revenge on a foe of long ago, he just might be able to guarantee this victory for himself. Richard thought for several more moments before he suddenly began to write out a detailed message. Even as Richard began to scheme, he had no idea that the story he had deduced couldn't have been further from the truth. However, there was a reason he didn't bother to wait to see if his deductions would be correct or not. It was because it didn't matter. The mere fact he could comfortably deduce this at all made it believable. And believable was all he needed. Lionel had no idea what was happening so far away, nor did he know what kind of storm such a casual interaction would bring about. In truth, he had already mostly forgotten about Richard. How big was the universe? How could he ever just assume that he would have such a connection with this person? And, even if he did, how could he know that the young man would actually be petty enough to seek out revenge for something a 10-year-old girl had done to him? Of course, to be fair, Richard was at most 14 or 15 back then. But by now he was a man who was almost 70 years old. At some point, you had to let bygones be bygones, right? Unfortunately, Richard was a petty man who was simultaneously patient to an extreme. And at the same time, this information was far too useful to him. Even if he wouldn't be able to get revenge at all, he would still do it. In fact, even if not a word of it was true, it would still have the very same effect. That was the beauty of it all. It didn't matter to him whether the little girl from back then was really Lionel's mother or not. The optics of it all was all he needed. What Richard didn't know, though, was that it did in fact matter. Because that little 10-year-old girl from back then had grown into a powerful woman who met a man by the name of Velasco Morales. Years later, the two birthed a child by the name of Lionel Morales. And Lionel Morales happened to love his mother very much. Chapter 890. Bang. The aura around Lionel suddenly shifted. Despite the fact he hadn't aged even a single day, the presence he gave off was old and wizened. Short of a long head of white hair, his every movement exuded a scholarly and ancient air. It took Lionel an entire 3 days to complete the natural force art, but the result was far outside his expectations. He suddenly realized at that moment that visualization wasn't new to him in the slightest. Wasn't this natural force art exactly that? Just gazing upon it rose his mind to an elevated state. Even if it wasn't permanent, with Lionel's mental fortitude, he could sustain it for much longer than most others would be able to. At the same time, as long as he was in this elevated state, he felt like his mental capacity had risen by more than 10 times. Something clicked for Lionel at that moment. The fifth dimensional layer. I can't describe all of it, but I suddenly feel like if I tried, I could pass down some portions of it without being stopped by that mysterious force. Lionel had grasped that subtle difference between knowing and understanding. The moment he crossed that barrier, it felt like the shackles around his knowledge of dimensional cleanse had loosened once again. So that's how it is. The fifth dimensional layer is evoking a natural force to raise the state of the mind. It's milder than the natural force art I have, but its effects are also more permanent, especially when used over a long period of time. I was having some issues drawing a line between my soul and dream force versus what the fifth dimension asked of me. After all, both were related to the mind, and yet my dream force was already at the fifth dimension. I thought I might be able to step into the sixth dimension immediately, but it seems like this isn't the case. In fact, the more powerful my mind is, the longer I'll have to spend in the fifth dimension, but this will also simultaneously lead to even better benefits from the realm as well. Lionel had indeed believed this. After all, if his metal body could prime his body for the fourth dimension, why couldn't his wisdom branch prime his mind? But the functions were completely different. In the fourth dimension, there was only so much fourth-dimensional force could do. In fact, the fact Lionel had had such a massive spike in his Boda's potential was more related to just how good Vital Star Force was as opposed to it being in thanks to the fourth dimension itself. That said, elevating one's state of mind depended on the initial foundation one was starting with. In addition, one had to remember that the fifth dimension might start with the mind, but it still connected back to the body. With how powerful Lionel's mind was, it had far more potential to release the shackles that might be found holding his body back. However, it was precisely because it was so powerful that Lionel's body would need so much time to adjust. This wasn't a bad thing. Even though it would take more time, Lionel would also have more steps forward to take compared to anyone else, allowing his growth to be far greater as well. Awakening his wisdom branch so early on had already been a great help to him in the recent years. But it was only about to get even more useful. Let's finish this. Lionel's eyes opened, auspicious air still hanging around him in a heavy fog. He only had 50,000 or so minds to split, but with its help he felt more like he had 500,000. The weeks he thought it would take to complete this puzzle had suddenly been cut to a few hours. Lionel's speed couldn't be compared to the past. He found himself sweeping through puzzle after puzzle, each more complicated than the last, with an ever-increasing pace. Although he couldn't use his auspicious air continuously and endlessly, it was for more than long enough to get solid breaks in between. At the same time, Lionel was realizing that these puzzles themselves weren't so simple either, and that wasn't just about their complexity. All of these puzzles seemed to be variations on the map puzzle that allowed him to come here. Lionel didn't believe that the creator wasn't creative enough to think of a different format. The best explanation was that this sequence of puzzles wouldn't likely be useful sometime in the future. Unfortunately, even after completing the natural force art, Lionel got the sinking feeling that he wouldn't be able to reach the end of this road. The path toward the fourth round was growing in difficulty with every passing second. In fact, the progression of the difficulty was far faster than it had been on the path to the third round. By now, the puzzles were already down to clusters of just a few billion atoms while the scope was simultaneously growing larger and larger. Every minute change had an exponential effect on the surroundings that was giving Lionel an increasing headache. If things continue like this, I'll be forced to break into the fifth dimension before I even reach the fourth round. But if I am, how could I ever make it to the fifth? The truth was that Lionel didn't even know if there was a fifth round at all. A fifth round would imply that dimensional cleanse had an eighth dimensional layer, while a sixth would guarantee a ninth dimensional layer. Due to the silver tablet, Lionel had already been made aware of legends of a ninth dimension, but even the dictionary only mentioned the eighth. And when it did so, it spoke of the eighth dimension exactly like the silver tablet spoke of the ninth. An ethereal, mythical state that might not exist at all. Except for the fact the Morales family's metal synergy lineage factor also had 5 rounds. But the question was dimensional cleanse also so transcendent? Lionel bit his teeth hard. I can't continue. I need to break through. What Lionel didn't expect, though, was that soon after breaking through and making it to the fourth round, he would find a young man curiously observing him from top to bottom. All before that young man's gaze landed on the spear domain heirloom on his finger. Huh. How interesting. How did such a thing end up in your hands? Just to today. Chapter 891. Lionel never thought he would feel such an intoxicating feeling so soon again. At least, he didn't think he would leave the fourth dimension so soon. However, he hardly got to enjoy it because he realized it was just barely enough. The high of entering yet another dimension felt full when you realized your power wasn't as amazing as you thought it would be. Of course, if others knew Lionel's thoughts, they'd deem him to be insane. In just a single step, Lionel's split minds now approach 1,000,000. On top of this, he felt the gates of his metal synergy lineage factor calling out to him. Compared to the last time when he struggled, opening the gates before he had even completed his 9 nodes, this time would be a completely different animal. At the same time, Lionel's star fusion reached a new height, now fueled by 5th-dimensional vital star force, and Lionel also finally felt that he could use his scarlet star force for a few split seconds before his body imploded into a pile of ash. There were sweeping changes with Lionel's lineage factors. He felt that the burden of using his divine armor was practically non-existent now, and on top of all of that, his ability seemed to have transcended to a new height. Even though Lionel would never be able to cross the savant barrier and reach manifestation, Lionel had been able to cross into the 4th level, control. This allowed him to control his own body as though it was a machine his mind was within. In fact, Lionel felt that he had reached a point where he could even control the speed of his own cell division. This was the absolute greatest height that Lionel's Dream Force ability could reach. Of course, Lionel had yet to have any practice with it. And controlling the body down to a cellular level with only 1,000,000 split minds was a fool's game. In addition, even if he could control his cell division, anyone with even the faintest background in biology would be able to tell you that such a thing required energy to execute. The good news was that vital star force was among the best energies to fuel such a thing. The bad news was that it would only be an endless supply for Lionel in this place. Anywhere else, and he would have to slowly catalyze and store it for himself with the help of his vital stars. None of this even mentioned the fact that Lionel hadn't had the time to create new branching abilities based on his new peak. And he hadn't gotten time to learn to control or practice with it either. It could be said that he had been given a big railgun that he was far too small to use at this point. The best way Lionel could describe it was like he felt that he was just a hair away from having and controlling as much power as a savant. And yet, he didn't have nearly their luck in receiving the blessings of the dimensional verse. He had to figure everything out and, most importantly, power everything with his own energy. All of this, not to mention the ever-increasing difficulty of the puzzles he continued to run into, dampened what should have been a happy moment considerably. The only good news was that he had been here for long enough to solidify himself in the 4th dimension. But it seemed that the bad news was intent on continuing to come. Lionel stared at the young man in front of him. Though his expression was closed off and gave nothing away, he felt a solemn feeling welling up in his heart. The intuition of the primitive consciousness had only grown stronger and more potent after being incorporated into Lionel's spear domain lineage factor. With that potency came an increased sensitivity toward danger. It was just that Lionel hadn't run into any such opponents since he realized the true purpose of his spear domain lineage factor. However, right now it was screaming at him, screaming that even if he used the 3rd form of star fusion, even if he was released from the shackles this world had on him, even if this young man was under double the suppression he was currently under, none of it would change the inevitable outcome. Lionel didn't respond to the young man's question. Instead, he looked at the sword in his hand. It only took a glance for Lionel to tell that the young man was holding a normal wooden sword. It reminded Lionel of the first primitive spear he had ever managed to take out of the spear domain heirloom. However, Lionel knew for a fact that if he took out the primitive spear right this moment, the level of danger he exuded wouldn't even be half of the young man's. Amory didn't seem to care very much for Lionel's response. He only continued to look at the ring. Well, this is pretty lucky if I do say so myself. Amory smiled. I'm quite a fan of competition, but if I'm to be honest, I could have defeated you back when I was still a toddler. So I don't think there's any real point to this, right? I'm not a bloodthirsty man, so I can let you live. But you'll have to hand over that ring. I happen to know someone that would be far better suited to it than you. I'd like to have a good battle when the time comes, and I have a feeling you won't be able to give me one. Lionel didn't respond to this, but that didn't change the fact that he was confused by the young man's words. He wanted to give his ring to someone else so that, when the time came, he could have a better battle than he would have otherwise had with Lionel. What was that supposed to mean? Seeing that Lionel didn't respond, Amory sighed and shook his head. Forget it, forget it. Every time I try not to end things with blood, no one wants to listen. Amory took a step forward and brandished his wooden sword. I don't like to give second chances. Chapter 892. Could Lionel give Spear Domain over just to save his own life? The answer was obviously no. This was something his father had left behind for him, and it was the heirloom of the Morales family. He had no intention of losing it in this place. But at the same time, Lionel felt like he had really painted himself into a corner. He already knew that receiving the next portion of Dimensional Cleanse had become impossible. He had no illusions about defeating Amory. However, the main issue was that though jumping from the edge of the road seemed to be just 2 steps away, in the current situation, Lionel felt like it was a world away. That was how far apart the skill between the 2 young men were. Still, the more helpless it all seemed, the colder and colder Lionel's expression became. By the time Amory had raised his foot to take a second step, Lionel's countenance was like an iceberg, his features all individually carved out in the strongest of lines. Amory paused, scanning Lionel up and down before shaking his head. Definitely not worthy. Emotionless, blockheads like you should stick to fighting with your fists. At least that way you won't be drawing a line between yourself and your weapon. How can you hear your blade if you don't want to hear it? What a sad excuse for a spearman. Lionel didn't react to this in the slightest. Even though they were said in a different way, hadn't he already heard these words once before? It was exactly what Old Man Hutch had told him when he tried to get him to switch to the machete. Lionel simply didn't believe that a weapon needed to be loved. He had said it then and he would say it again. He had chosen the spear out of convenience because he just so happened to have been born with a lineage factor that suited it. If he had affinity with a sword or saber or a machete, he would have chosen that as well. All this rambling about loving your weapon and communicating with it sounded like the ravings of a madman to Lionel. To him, it felt like Old Man Hutch and this young man before him were both abstract artists trying to convince you that the banana they taped to the wall had a deeper, underlying meaning you were just missing because you didn't get it. Their words fell into the same pot of ridiculousness for Lionel. As far as he was concerned, these 2 just had talent in the blades they chose and explained away their innate gifts with nonsense like love and emotion, when the truth was that they were just better suited to those weapons in comparison to others. To Lionel, it was just that simple. However, at least now he understood why it was that Amory said he wasn't worthy. Unfortunately, that changed nothing. How would Lionel face his father if he lost the heirloom he had been entrusted with? How would he subdue the Morales family if he lost something so precious to them without having even earned the right to have it in the first place? How would he look himself in the mirror if he couldn't manage to take 2 steps to the left against an enemy no older than himself? Lionel's palm flipped over, his body suddenly erupting with vital star force from head to toe. But this time, it felt far different than it had in the past, even as his runes flickered to life. Rather than a billowing diamond blue steam, he suddenly began to radiate an incomparably majestic amethyst. From top to bottom, his body was surrounded by a delicate light violet hue, his hair becoming an endless river of foggy energy, and his eyes becoming homogeneous with it all. This was Lionel's 3rd form of star fusion. Star fusion, King's Might. Even with his aura rising like a tide, Lionel didn't make a single move. He brandished his spear, his nerves walking a cliff's edge. However, it was then that it happened. Compared to Lionel, Amory's aura was a wisp of nothingness. He stood there, his ropes completely unaffected by what should have been winds that would put any hurricane to shame. In one instant he was 10 meters from Lionel, his body having not moved a single inch. In the next, Lionel's pupils constricted to an extreme. A wooden blade appeared before his nose, slashing downward with a slow, unhurried momentum that simultaneously weighed as heavy as a mountain. Despite how much effort Lionel had put into watching his every action, despite how much care and attention he had placed toward predicting his next movement, It had all been completely useless. Lionel's life flashed before his eyes. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't seem to think of a method to survive. It was crushing. In just those few milliseconds, Lionel's mind seemed to slow down the events into a stretched length of time that spanned what almost felt like several days. What did it feel like to be contemplating your own death for so long? One would think that it would be enough to drive a person mad. It was like a ticking clock set to come to a stop the moment you breathed your last. How would it feel to know the exact date, time and second of your death? How would one feel as the moments waned and the sand within the hourglass became lesser and lesser? How would you feel watching a guillotine being taken to your future aspirations and goals? Maybe you might even find the humor in it all. Why was it that your mind was slowing everything down to such an extent now, but couldn't have done so while the person who wanted your life was swinging his sword? Lionel was in exactly this sort of hopeless situation, a lethal wooden blade descending like a heavenly punishment to sever his ties to the world. Chapter 893. Chapter 893. Not bad indeed. Why is it all so slow now? That must be why. Lionel was unaware of the vast difference between the fifth and sixth dimensions. But someone moving so fast that even his own internal sight couldn't keep up with it was enough to lay it out to bear right in front of him. It was clear that Amory was on a level so far beyond himself that it was impossible to fathom. And that was even while being weighed down by 4 rounds worth of vital star force. Now that he knew, he realized why his intuition had been screaming at him to run all this time. But running was impossible. The moment he took a step back, he would be finished. Lionel's spear was held between both hands in the most defensive stance that he could muster. And yet, Amory had a complete disregard for it as he attacked as though his spear wasn't there at all. However, it was exactly this disregard that gave Lionel the faintest hope for survival. Lionel's arm exploded. This wasn't a metaphor, it wasn't a fancily worded set of prose, but rather an accurate description of exactly what happened. Right at his elbow, Lionel's arm imploded into a rain of blood and gore. It was such a vicious, cold-hearted, blood-curdling wound that even Amory's brow furrowed lightly even as his sword continued downward. However, it was this explosion that erupted Lionel's arm into movement, arching his spear upward in a move that was seemingly intent on forcing it into the path of Amory's blade. Amory's furrowed brow smoothed out just as quickly as it formed. To him, this didn't matter in the slightest. He would show Lionel the difference between the two of them as clear as day. His wooden spear was of a common grade. It couldn't even be ranked among fourth-dimensional weapons, and even Earth's third-dimensional cold weapons would be able to slash it apart 10 out of 10 times. At the same time, Lionel was holding a double-sided quasi-silver spear. The difference in quality was as clear as day. It should be a given that the latter would block the former. And yet, Amory felt that anyone would be a fool to believe such a thing. A quasi-silver weapon? It might as well have been a piece of tinfoil to him. He had already given Lionel a chance to live. Since he didn't want it, this would be his deathbed. Amory's sword continued to descend, an air of confidence hanging around him. One could tell from the aura he exuded that no matter what stood before him, he would slice it apart. It was an air that matched Lionel's king's might and even far surpassed it. And yet it wasn't contingent on subordinates or a number of them. It was entirely reliant on Amory's belief in himself and his blade. Goodbye. Bang. Amory's expression suddenly changed. It was just a small flicker of light within his irises, but it was a change nonetheless. Lionel's hand exploded into a mist of blood, his bones sprinkling down like ash and his flesh falling like lumps of processed meat. In that very instant, what had once been the hand of an elite force crafter had become nothing but a mangled mess, impossible to see the start or finish of. Lionel flew backward like an arrow leaving a bowstring, a side of his body completely collapsing to the point that his inner organs threatened to spill out. Just a casual strike from Amory left him in a half-dead state, his breathing hardly holding on. If it wasn't for the fact he had entered the control level of his ability index, allowing him to force his inner organs to stay functioning as best he could, he really might have died to just that single strike. Lionel crashed along the road, sliding back to the point he landed on its very edge. Even though the vital star force within him was trying to quickly fuel Lionel's cells to begin repairing themselves, they found that no amount of energy they provided was enough. Something was far too special about Amory's force. It seemed to hinder Lionel from being able to heal himself, at least through normal means like this. It was only after Lionel began to fight back against Amory's aura with his own king's might that things began to shift. But even then, it was only because it was a casual swing on Amory's part. Not bad. Amory spoke. He seemed to truly mean his words. There wasn't a hint of derision or disdain hidden within them. He was actually praising Lionel. You knew that your spear wouldn't be enough, so you used the ring to block even at the cost of your hand. I believe it was the Morales family that had the spear domain ring, right? Hands are quite important to you force crafters. I guess I don't have to feel too bad about you surviving that strike, then. Lionel didn't respond. Even now, as he sat at the edge of the road, a step away from surviving, his senses had never stopped locking onto Amory. This time, however, he used his auspicious air and kept his body in a state of near death, slowing down everything to an extreme. It had taken a few seconds for Amory to speak those words. And yet, to Lionel, it felt like it had taken him hours to finish. Well, I guess you've earned it then. Next time we meet, I definitely won't make the same mistake again. The domain rings shouldn't be in the hands of people who can't appreciate them. Lionel didn't say a single word. Even with his mangled hand, he managed to pin the spear domain ring between the ground meat that was it and his badly caved-in chest. He rolled over the edge of the road, just barely dodging a secret strike of Amory's, the spear domain ring tightly clenched to his heart. You dodged that one too, huh? Not bad. Not bad indeed. Amory's laughter was all Lionel could hear as his body whistled through the abyss below. Make sure to remember my name well. I am Amory, the sword deity. When next we meet, I'll take your life. Chapter 894. Chapter 894. Twice Lionel instantly appeared on the very same abandoned planet he had left from, hanging on to his life by a thread. But the situation instantly became several times worse. There wasn't a hint of oxygen to be found on this planet, but that was only the first issue. At Lionel's current level, holding his breath for several hours wasn't a problem. The trouble came from the lack of air pressure. In that instant, his bodily fluids seemed to want to boil themselves to oblivion. If it wasn't for the fact Lionel had stepped into the fifth dimension, he would already be finished. It only made matters worse that the temperature felt far below -100 degrees Celsius. As Lionel progressed, temperature began to feel different to him, and was adjusted not just based on the dimension, but also how he felt within that dimension. For him to experience such cold right now, it could only be said that this planet was not just a little bit harsh. Without his space shuttle to protect him, Lionel was facing all the elements by himself, his body far too weak to protect himself from it all. With the last hints of strength he had, Lionel managed to use his internal sight to pull the segmented cube out from his spatial ring and teleport inside. Lionel instantly took a massive breath, one he just as quickly regretted. His nerves were completely fried, the constant firing of pain receptors making his mind feel as though it was in a minefield, flashbangs sounding time and time again with every minor movement he made. At that moment, Lionel's expression would have warped into quite an ugly one if he could have afforded the energy. He had thought that after so many months within the dimensional cleansed trial world, his healing branches, instant recovery, would have already recovered after he used it to survive the Valiant Zone. But now he realized that he had made a massive mistake. Why did his instant recovery have such a variable refresh date to the point where even Lionel could only vaguely say that it would take a few months? It was because of the process his lineage factor went through to prepare it. Instant recovery required a special fusion of light elemental and star elemental forces to combine to be completed. However, Lionel had just spent months in a place where no force other than star force was allowed. So how could his instant recovery have possibly recovered? Lionel had no choice but to try to use vital star force again. But once again, the world seemed to want to see him suffer. First, he was slapped in the face with the reality that the large amounts of vital star force he had become used to was gone. Even to call it a fraction of what he once had was an insult. It was more like a sliver. Second, he realized that Amory's odd energy still hadn't disappeared, and it was still hindering his body from healing itself. It was borderline infuriating. What Lionel didn't know was that this was how things were meant to be. Being injured by someone an entire dimension above you made the same wound far more difficult to heal. A cut caused by fifth-dimensional force, even at the same size and depth as one caused by fourth-dimensional force, would be far more difficult to deal with. Lionel had never experienced this issue before because of his own talent. But now he had met someone just as if not more talented than himself for the very first time. On top of that, that person was within the sixth dimension, whose gap with the fifth dimension was far larger than the latter's gap with the fourth, and so on. As though all of that wasn't enough, Lionel's illusion that Amory had access to an ability similar to King's might wasn't wrong. And this energy hindered Lionel's ability to heal far more than even Amory's sixth-dimensional force did. Yip. Yip. Little Black Star appeared above Lionel, jumping to and fro with a panicked expression on his little face. He had thought that it was great that Lionel was finally back. He had been bored of just playing with little Tolly all the time. Plus, for safety, Lionel had locked Candle and Vice away in the snow globes before he left to the trial, because they simply progressed too fast, so there was no one else. And yet, just when he came to greet Lionel, he found him in a half-dead state, in a hallway of the abode setting, with blood pooling around him faster and faster. The sound was like the sound of an angel to Lionel. Little Black Star, drag me to the bathhouse. Lionel had been too focused on just getting into the segmented cube to think about exactly where it would be best that he went. Luckily, Black Star had appeared, or else he really might be finished this time. Maybe if he was lucky enough, the cleansing waters would be able to purge his body of Amory's aura, or at least help him suppress it. Little Black Star didn't take long to understand. A black fog appeared beneath Lionel, and acted as a bed to pull him along. Little Black Star struggled to maintain it as Amory's aura corroded even his dark elemental force, but he managed to grit his teeth through it. Lionel never thought he would end up in such a sorry state. His intuition had told him that Amory would easily slice his spear in two along with his body if he tried to block with it. So his only choice had been to use the spear domain heirloom as a last-effort defense, believing that it definitely had to be a top-quality treasure. Unfortunately, just to get it in Amory's way, he had to shatter his own elbow and explode it with star force to get it to move fast enough. Then, as though all that wasn't bad enough, the form of the ring was obviously far too small to give him any extra protection. The result was Amory's strength dispersing around it, and nearly killing Lionel. The good news? As expected, the ring didn't have a single scratch on it. The bad news? Well, just look at him. When Little Black Star finally got him to the cleansing waters, Lionel let out a roar that threatened to shatter the segmented cube apart. Lionel had seemingly forgotten something else. What did the segmented cube need to evolve? It was fifth-dimensional force, was it not? Where had the segmented cube been for the last almost year? Was it not in a place that not only had large amounts of fifth-dimensional force, but also large amounts of sixth and even seventh-dimensional force? The cleansing waters Lionel had just had Little Black Star drop him into was no longer the fourth-dimensional cleansing waters he had become used to. In fact, it was a completely different beast entirely. At that moment, Lionel felt like he was being boiled from the inside out. The more pain and setbacks he experienced, the more muddled his mind seemed to become, and the more mistakes he seemed to make. And clearly, this was another one. The segmented cube had evolved not just once in the past several months, but twice. Chapter 895. Chapter 895. Bite you to death. Lionel felt like he was being boiled from the inside out. He immediately realized that this weren't the cleansing waters he had been expecting. In fact, if not for the fact he was so focused on keeping his body alive and couldn't spare internal sight to take a glance at his surroundings, he would have realized that the segmented cube he had come to know was a completely different beast at this moment. What Lionel didn't know was that these were sixth-dimensional cleansing waters as opposed to the fourth-dimensional waters he had become accustomed to. It was a bit exaggerated to say that these waters were like rubbing alcohol to Lionel, but it was functionally the same at this very moment. These cleansing water were too good at wiping away foreign objects from existence. The issue was that it had decided that much of what was in Lionel's body could be classified as such. When one was trying to measure the body of a fifth-dimensional existence, especially when Lionel's metal body was still within the fourth dimension, up against the standards of a sixth-dimensional one, the gap was simply too wide, and the process could be seen as abrasive. The cleansing waters were essentially flushing out all the impurities of Lionel's body. But it had chosen the absolute worst time to do exactly that because Lionel had open flesh wounds all over himself. Even as jets of ink black shot out from his body and Amory's aura was completely purged, the process of them flooding out from him was so savage that Lionel felt as though he was being ripped from the inside out. If Lionel's father had been here, he would have coughed up a lung from laughing so hard. Only his idiot son could possibly turn one of the gentlest existences in the whole of the dimensional verse into one of the most dangerous, just because he forgot to use his head. Lionel tried to remain lucid, but it was growing in difficulty the more and more time passed. He hardly registered when the last of Amory's aura shot out from himself, so he also didn't realize that he should be doing his very best to heal at this moment. At the same time, his consciousness began to slip away, his mind jarred by the flashbangs of pain. It had been a long time since Lionel had run dry of his dream force. But truth be told, he really didn't have a choice this time. Had he not poured everything he had into his battle with Amory, he wouldn't even be able to scream out in pain this way, because he would be dead. Unfortunately, because he ran out of dream force, he no longer had the ability to use dream sense to dull his pain receptors, and his mind also became incredibly foggy at the same time. If not for the pain, he would have long since passed out. And the moment he did lose consciousness, he would be finished. What Lionel couldn't see at this moment, though, was that a little girl who was all motes of light from the waist down was hanging in the air, looking down at him as though she was gazing upon the world's greatest idiot. What is wrong with this gene pool? Both father and son are fools. Foolish. 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 Humph, I should just let him die. The little girl was adorable to an extreme. Her eyes were large and sparkling. Her chubby cheeks triggered the impulse to pinch, and the way her small little hands rested on her waist made her look like a miniature adult that could make even the most stoic man's heart burst with a willingness to die protecting her. And yet, the words she spoke were so vicious. Though the little girl was visibly annoyed, she still waved a hand and caused Lionel's half-unconscious body to rise up from the water. The truth was that his state was terrible. His arm had imploded at the elbow and its hand was nothing more than a mangled mess. Beneath that, his chest had half caved in, and was threatening to leak out inner organs of its own. His face was a sickly shade of white and his hair, which was usually a sparkling light violet, had lost whatever color it usually had as he hung on by a thread. Annoying. I was so close to the seventh dimension, but this little fool made me wake up early. Now all that energy is disappearing. Annoying. 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 Who knows when he'll enter a seventh-dimensional world with such rich energy like that again. Even while she was enraged, the little girl still continued to wave her hands about. Activate force conversion. Set target to vital star force. Convert to. The little girl sent a gaze toward Lionel. Snow force. The moment the little girl finished these words, rays of light began to fall upon Lionel. They looked like falling snowflakes at one moment, but soon began to look like falling feathers in the next. The purity was unmatched and the sights were gorgeous to an extreme. In just a few seconds, Lionel's instant recovery was filled to the brim and dream counter activated due to his near-death state. The moment this happened, Lionel began to recover at a speed even the naked eye had a hard time keeping up with. However, the little girl didn't seem satisfied. She continued to shake her head, looking at Lionel's hand. She was clearly hesitating about something. The instant recovery of a sixth-dimensional beast is not enough to heal that injury. His hand won't ever be the same if I let it heal like this. Forget it. Just take this as payment for the future. If you can't raise me to the ninth dimension like your father promised me you would, I'll bite you to death. The little girl knew that there'd be a price to pay for doing this, but she had no choice. Change conversion to sixth-dimensional life force. Chapter 896. Chapter 896. Factory. Lionel shot up. He jumped so high that he thought he would have crashed into the ceiling barely halfway up. But he soon realized that somehow, the walls of the segmented cube had become far taller. In fact, when he looked around, even as he began to fall back to the ground, his eyes couldn't help but widen. Lionel was still in the bathhouse. At this point, any blood that had been here had long since disappeared. But this was to be expected. After all, the self-cleaning function of the segmented cube's bathhouse was unmatched for obvious reasons. However, what Lionel saw wasn't the bathhouse he was used to, but what felt more like a bath mansion. No, a bath estate? No. A bath island? What the hell was going on? The bathhouse had suddenly become enormous. The pool couldn't even be described in meters anymore, but could only have its dimensions broken down in kilometers. It was impossibly vast and could accommodate tens of thousands of people without issue. At the same time, this was just the tip of the iceberg. Lionel could see that there were several more bathrooms, resting rooms, in addition to new additions like saunas and massage rooms. It felt like an ultimate destination resort where the pool had instead become the beachfront for everyone to admire. What was most shocking was that in the sky. No, it was the fact that there was an actual sky at all. The dome of the bathhouse had become glass and above, blue skies, white clouds and a yellow sun could be seen. Lionel had the feeling that it was artificial, maybe due to a faint connection he had with the segmented cube, but it nonetheless all looked so real. When Lionel finally snapped out of it, he shuddered remembering what had happened to him. He could vaguely remember the sight of a little girl with motes of light for feet and legs in his half-unconscious state. But, right now, she was nowhere to be seen. Without a choice, Lionel could only do what he did best and ask the dictionary for help. Luckily, it was able to give him the straight answers he needed. There were 3 types of answers the dictionary could provide. One was where it scanned and provided an answer. This was where its greatest limitations lied. The second were recorded segments. This was where his father got a chance to be annoying. And the final were recorded answers. Recorded answers were a bit different because they weren't recordings of his father, but rather recordings of things Lionel believed his father had written. For example, Lionel's force crafting lessons were recorded answers. And now, the deeper matters of the segmented cube seemed to have been unlocked as lessons as well. Lionel blinked. He hadn't known that the dictionary had hidden another tutorial for him. Usually, he needed to figure out the new abilities of the segmented cube on his own, and the only way he could do that was by walking around. But obviously, with how large it had suddenly gotten, there was absolutely no way that he would be able to do the same now. Even though he could try, it was even more likely that he would miss something. Lionel, though, was quickly overwhelmed. As deep as his force crafting lessons were, the operation manual of the segmented cube was just as if not more intensive. It was a lab, a home, a hideout and a spaceship all in one. The fact that even Lionel was overwhelmed wasn't a surprise in the slightest. He had expected it to gain 1 or 2 more benefits with each step forward. But this was an exponential change he wasn't quite ready for. Yip. Yip. Lionel smiled as little Blackstar jumped into his arms. If there was anyone who was worried, it was this little guy. Unfortunately, after bringing Lionel to the pool, there was nothing else he could have done. Don't worry, I'm here now, aren't I? I have a present for you. Lionel grinned, and was about to take out a certain vial when he remembered how heavy it would be. He was definitely under no illusion that he would be able to easily carry it now. Lionel could have given little Blackstar the vial to absorb previously. But he had been worried about the little guy running into trouble during a moment. He couldn't reach out to help. Now though, the fact he waited made these matters almost too perfect. The suspended animation ability of the segmented cube had evolved from freezing biological processes to now being able to accelerate them as well. With its help, little Blackstar would be able to absorb the blood in a stable environment, while also finishing with greater speed. How long will it take little Blackstar to finish absorbing the Void Beast blood with the help of accelerated animation? Lionel asked. Ping. 13 months. Lionel raised an eyebrow. That long? How long would it take without accelerated animation? Ping. 21 years, a 20 times acceleration. I guess I can't be mad at that. Is there anything else I should prepare? Usually asking open-ended questions like this to the dictionary resulted in it rambling for hours. But Lionel still did so. This was little Blackstar's life after all. He couldn't play around with it. Ping. It is advised that Seed read the force conversion manual. Force conversion? Wasn't that what that little girl had said? The more Lionel listened in on what force conversion could do, the more shocked he became. And the more shocked he became, the more possibilities sprang up in his mind. Each plan seemed crazier than the last. With the segmented cube's help and his crafting skill, he should become a very rich man very quickly. If he used this properly, his plans would immediately take several enormous leaps forward. In the end, he came to a simple conclusion. The segmented cube was a force crystal factory. Chapter 897. Chapter 897. Force crystals. Force crystal mines were quite rare existences. Even after all of Lionel's travel, his stints on planet Valiant, and even his robbery on planet Vincero, Lionel had still yet to run into a second force crystal mine after the one he found on Earth. What Lionel hadn't known back then was just how rare force crystal mines were. To be produced, they not only needed time, but they also needed a world of a certain talent to produce the force density that would be required. Even something like a force eruption, which had the function of quickly increasing the energy density of a world, was an absolutely rare event only the most talented of worlds would experience. Other worlds would have to slowly accumulate their force over time rather than being gifted it. If one thought about it, didn't it make more sense for the common currency of the dimensional verse to be force crystals as opposed to herb ore? Well, the harsh truth was that force crystals were so rare that it simply didn't make sense to demand them for payment. It would be the equivalent of 21st century Earth suddenly demanding that all services be paid for in diamonds. However, the segmented cube had a very unique ability called force conversion. The first and most obvious thing that could be accomplished was the conversion of one force to another. This alone was a shocking feat enough to shake the dimensional verse. It was a shocking enough ability that even though the Morales family allowed many to know of the existence of the Spear Domain heirloom, a very rare few were even aware of the existence of the segmented cube. To change from one form of energy to a higher form of it was practically the work of a god. Of course, there were drawbacks to this. Obviously, if you were converting from a lower-level energy to a higher tier one, it would require exponentially more of the lower level. However, this price alone was one most would scramble to match no matter what the cost. Not only could the segmented cube form higher levels of energy, it also had the ability to raise it to a higher dimension as well. In fact, the only cap on this was dependent on the level the segmented cube was at currently. At the moment, the segmented cube was in phase 4. As such, it could only raise a given force to the 6th dimension at best. But this was still shocking to an extreme. And it was just the first part. Lionel couldn't help but look toward his hand. As he was being healed, his consciousness was also slowly recovering. That had allowed him to see just how poorly his right hand had been healing. Had it had been allowed to continue, Lionel was able to guess that he would probably have to deal with some phantom pain and countless layers of scar tissue for the rest of his life. Or at the very least until he broke into the 7th dimension. But near the end, a far higher source of force in comparison to the snowy star owl's snow force had invaded his wound and saved him from such a life. Toward this, Lionel could only be endlessly grateful. Without his hands in top condition, his force crafting would take a hit, and he would have to change a lot of things about his plans. Lionel wanted to thank that little girl, but he had no idea where she was at this point. Shaking his head, Lionel turned his attention back to force conversion. Maybe even more fearsome than the first ability, force conversion was able to concentrate force into an incredibly pure form and create force crystals with them. The uses for force crystals were practically endless. They could be used to power weapons of extraordinary power. They could be used as the energy source for high-level, grand-scale force crafts. They could be used to speed up practice or meditation speed. They could be used to break through bottlenecks. They could be used to comprehend the use of new forces. They could be used to almost instantly replenish your stamina in battle. The list seemed to go on forever. Lionel had had no choice but to cut the dictionary off at one point. But he had latched onto one particular ability, used to comprehend new forces. Everyone had an affinity, but this didn't mean that they couldn't use other elements. In addition, there were many with certain affinities that had always been boxed into using one particular kind of their element without ever exploring other options. Two examples of this were Snow Force and Scarlet Star Force for Lionel. Snow Force was a name Lionel was just learning today, having heard the young girl use it. Despite its name, it wasn't related to the water or ice element, but was rather a fusion of light and star force. Compared to the fusion of Lionel's Scarlet Star Force, which was also a combination of both those elements along with fire, of course, Snow Force was very much lacking. One was top 10 among Star Force, top 3 among Light Force and top 1 amongst Fire Force, but the other would be lucky to be ranked in the top 1000 of Star Force while it was not even top 100 in Light Force. What was the point of this? Well, it was all to say that Lionel had an exceptionally high affinity for the light and stars, but the only forms of the light element or star element he used were the ones he was innately aware of how to use. This was the same for most everyone else as well. It was difficult to grasp new forms of elemental energies. Many were simply forced to stick with what you were born with. However, force crystals in high enough concentrations would form their own natural force arts. By observing and comprehending these natural force arts, one could learn to use and evoke new forms of their elemental energies. After reaching this point in his thoughts, something in Lionel's mind clicked, and he suddenly had a maddening idea he almost couldn't help but grin about. Chapter 898. Chapter 898. Could he? Lionel smiled as he rubbed little Blackstar's head. At the moment, the two were within the lab setting, which had also gotten a massive upgrade. Rather than a single lab, it might as well have been an entire campus focused entirely on research and higher learning. Lionel even missed the small space and the ambience of it all, honestly. But at least there were several private rooms he could still take refuge in like this one. Little Blackstar curled up within a large glass tube, which had an opening that had yet to be closed. The vial of Void Beast blood had been inserted into a mechanism to the side. It seemed that the segmented cube practically had everything for such an event prepared. Next time I see you, you'll have become a little monster. Lionel chuckled. Yip. Yip. Little Blackstar's long whiskers excitedly twitched. He kept looking over to the Void Beast blood. If not for the fact he knew things would be easier like this, he would have already tried to swallow it whole. Clearly, the little guy liked this present very much. Lionel laughed. I'll introduce you to Kira later. You'll have to thank her properly. Yip. Yip. Lionel reached out a fist and little Blackstar bumped it with his little claw. Taking a deep breath, Lionel closed the opening, watching as it filled up with a dense liquid, and little Blackstar fell into a peaceful sleep. Though Lionel had double, triple, even quadruple checked everything, even to the point of converting a lot of the 7th dimension force the segmented cube had remaining into 6th dimension life force for little Blackstar. He couldn't help but be worried. As a mink, little Blackstar's body was his greatest weakness. Though his talent in the dark element was even greater than Lionel's own in the light element, and his evasion abilities were the greatest Lionel had ever seen, his origins would always be a limiting factor. After all, what was a little mink to all those grand and mythical creatures that existed in the dimensional verse? This Void Beast blood was a chance to loosen and maybe break some of those shackles. But with that came some risk. Lionel had minimized it as much as he could. The rest was up to little Blackstar. Lionel soon found himself strolling through an enormous garden. It was nothing but long stretches of green grass for as far as he could see. He assumed that it was meant to be used for growing vegetation or high-level plants, but there was obviously nothing here. Well, except for the apple cinnamon flowers Lionel had planted for Anna's sake. Soon, Lionel felt that he'd have to hop into battle again. So he chose to take the time to decompress. He also had to open the next gate of his metal synergy lineage factor before he left, so he just wanted to organize his thoughts first. Though he thought he preferred the smaller, more compact segmented cube, it was nice to be able to do this. Lionel wasn't feeling particularly down about his loss to Amory. He didn't like to lose, but losing wasn't something that caused his confidence to waver in the slightest. In fact, Amory's threats had no impact on him, and Amory's ideology had long since been thrown from his mind. Lionel didn't believe that there was anything in this world that didn't have an explanation, nothing that couldn't be broken down into nuts and bolts and analyzed piece by piece. The idea of listening or feeling a weapon was, and always would be, asinine to him. Lionel felt that as long as he reached a high enough level, even lineage factors would be able to be taken apart and reconstructed by him. That he was confident in. And it was because of this confidence that he had allowed this insane idea of his to proliferate to the point he couldn't get it out of his head. At this moment, Lionel felt that his snowy star lineage factor was quickly reaching the end of its rope. It was quite a funny thought to have, considering he wasn't anywhere close to the sixth dimension, but it was a thought that he had nonetheless. If he had to pinpoint the weakness of this lineage factor, it wasn't in the abilities themselves, but rather in the limitation of snow force. If snow force was swapped for a more powerful or potent light elemental force, the snowy star owl lineage factor would instantly be comparable to many seventh-dimensional lineage factors. The question was, how? Well, if Lionel was a sane, well-put-together individual, he might move on to a new idea right this moment. Messing with such a thing was beyond people, most would say. Or was it? Lineage factors had to be birthed from somewhere, right? From what Lionel understood, they could be passed down from parents, and in some rare cases, they could come from the future, imprinting itself onto the past as well. Lionel had just stepped into the control level of his ability. He could now, theoretically, control his own body down to a cellular level. In addition to this, he had just gained the backing of the Phase 4 segmented cube, allowing him to convert force and form highly pure force crystals. Force crystals themselves were rare enough. But pure force crystals were rare to the point that even force crystal mines seemed ubiquitous compared to them. And yet, Lionel now had the ability to exchange a price for them. At the same time, Lionel had comprehension abilities that transcended the understanding of most, his mind putting even supercomputers to shame. So the question was, if Lionel could pick out the perfect force to replace snow force, if he could find a force that could replicate its nourishment of the mind, its great healing, and its supreme speed, even surpassing it in all these aspects and maybe even granting the snowy star owl abilities it had never had before, could he upgrade his own lineage factor? Chapter 899. Chapter 899. Breaking down lineage factors. Lionel was absolutely fascinated by the idea, but he had so much to learn about it. How were lineage factors formed and passed along? Were they just like the DNA of humans? Or was there another method? How were lineage factors birthed? If they could come from the future, were there complex time laws to take into consideration? Or was it less about the future, and more about a much higher dimension rewriting something it considered to be trivial in a lower dimension? Could lineage factors be snatched and taken? What really was the difference between abilities and lineage factors other than the fact the latter was hereditary, while the former was not? The ability Steel Force arts Lionel had run into in the Joan Zone, could they be used on lineage factors as well? Was there much of a difference to begin with? But this line of questioning also led back to what could possibly separate a lineage factor from an ability. As far as Lionel could tell, in a broad sense, lineage factors were more wildly variable than abilities were. With the exception of unique abilities like Sale and Arnold's, most if not all abilities could be documented into an ability index, separated into levels, and have their abilities described in incredible detail. However, lineage factors weren't like this at all. Some manifested like abilities, but many were so unique and variable that they were mostly kept close to the chest. This conclusion was wildly different from what Lionel had originally thought of lineage factors. Back when he was much younger, he had thought that lineage factors were simple boosts to strength, speed, and the like. In fact, Lionel very clearly remembered questioning just how it could be possible to pass down affinity for a weapon from generation to generation. Such a thing baffled him. He almost hadn't believed Aina when she told him he had a spear lineage factor. However, Lionel wasn't as ignorant as he was in the past. He realized that his spear domain lineage factor wasn't giving him affinity for a weapon. It was giving him affinity for a certain kind of force that was perfect for the spear, i.e. spear force. It was a step deeper than this as well. Through his analysis, Lionel found that the spear domain lineage factor essentially rewired a portion of his forebrain for its use. This rewiring of his brain made it easier for him to digest techniques, while simultaneously routing his muscle memory in such a way that it was perfectly primed for usage. If Lionel took it a step deeper, he would find it that this lineage factor not only made it easier for him to rewrite his muscle memory to take in large amounts of techniques, but it was also done in such a way that it made it particularly easy to use the spear. If one wanted to route muscle memory for a sword, one would focus on flexible fibers and fast twitch muscles. However, Lionel's was routed in a way that emphasized power and balance more. The more Lionel learned about his body, the more he realized just how scientific even the originally unknown could be. Lionel had grown to the point where he could describe the basic function of his spear domain lineage factor, and why it worked so much better than Dreamscape did in learning spear techniques. However, it also made him keenly aware of just how far he was away from ever deeming to even attempt to improve such a lineage factor. Still, Lionel found it all to be fascinating. On Earth, muscle memory wasn't real, per se. It was essentially a conditioned response to something that had been practiced over and over again. But here, it was quite literal. Lionel could even follow the path of his firing neurons down to their final destination. It's beautiful, Lionel thought to himself. Not only are the connections there, they only grow the more techniques I learn. However, while it happens immediately, it also works like memory. The memory of a human was fascinating. Clusters of neurons would be assigned to certain events and a memory would become more robust the more pathways to those neurons lighting up existed. This meant something very simple. Just using his split minds to master spears wasn't enough. Lionel had to also practice and apply these. Now that Lionel thought about it, Amory had a weird habit of continuously swinging his sword, even when he wasn't in battle. Each swing seemed normal, but they each had a profound truth behind it that Lionel couldn't grasp since he wasn't a swordsman. Amory's habit must have been born out of him realizing this. He lived and breathed the sword. Lionel was certain that if he could analyze Amory's body like he was doing his own, he was certain that the memory clusters, their connections, and their routes toward his muscles would be thousands of times more robust than his own. A part of that would be due to the fact Amory had had more practice. Another part would be because Amory was of a higher dimension, and thus had a mind with greater capacity. And the last part would be that Amory was far more obsessive than Lionel was. What Lionel realized was that he couldn't just simulate this practice with his dream clones. Practicing in his dream world wouldn't allow the neurons a chance to fire and proceed along the paths they were meant to. He needed to form a connection between the actual movement of his muscles and his memory. It was no wonder his dreamscape was so much weaker than his spear domain lineage factor. Lionel felt that there would come a day where he could control his cells to the point that even this could be simulated by him. But for now, with his capacity so limited, he would have to do things the old-fashioned way. Lionel became more than just a small bit fascinated about all of this. When he turned his attention to his metal synergy lineage factor, he found more points of interest. For example, his bronze runes worked like an entire organ system all to their own. It was they that both allowed Lionel's body the ability to digest and use metals to supplement his strength, almost like a cross between a digestive and circulatory system. The process of opening the gates within his body was essentially like opening the valves of a plumbing system. The more gates he opened, the more complex the bronze rune organ system would become and the more layers and power it would manifest. Of all Lionel's lineage factors, the only one he couldn't make heads or tails of was his King's Might lineage factor, at least not in a scientific sense. But at the same time, his Snowy Star Owl lineage factor was the absolute simplest of the bunch. Chapter 900. Chapter 900. Littlest Nova. The Snowy Star Owl lineage factor was the most straightforward. It too caused a change down to the cellular level, but it was in Lionel's blood. Usually, blood was formed of plasma, red blood cells, white blood cells and finally platelets. Lionel's blood, though, had all sorts of extra oddities in it, one of which had the signature of his snowy star owl lineage factor. Since Lionel didn't know what one would call it, he just called them owl cells. This nameless cell was what Lionel believed gave him the innate affinity toward snow force, and there were about 50 trillion of them in Lionel's blood. And each one of these owl cells had a special organelle within them that Lionel felt was very reminiscent of mitochondria. According to a theory from 21st century Earth, the mitochondria was formerly a bacteria absorbed by a larger eukaryotic cell. The result were the two existences gaining a codependent relationship and continuing their evolution together. Eventually, humans evolved from these ancestors, and the mitochondria is now boiled down to being the powerhouse of the cell. Obviously, Lionel's body wasn't exactly like those humans of old. After all, his lineage was technically a quarter from Earth, with the rest originating from higher dimensional worlds. The result was the insides of Lionel's body being far different from what he had learned from school, and yet surprisingly similar at the same time. This aside, his mitochondria were likely among the greatest changes, as they had no business being in a human. In fact, if Lionel had to hazard a guess, these mitochondria were likely identical to what he might find in a snowy star owl. Of course, Lionel wasn't certain it was appropriate to call this organelle a mitochondria, but after just some observation, it was indeed responsible for allowing his conversion of light elemental force into snow force. Obviously, trying to change each one of these owl cells would be foolish. If Lionel wanted to change how they worked, he would need to change the source. He would have to look into his bones. The more Lionel thought about it, the more lost he became in his own world. He felt like everything was in the palm of his hands, but he was also keenly aware of how foolish it would be to believe that things would be so simple. How many things in history sounded good in theory, but were actually extraordinary mountains to climb? Lionel didn't have Aina's ability. He couldn't rely on feel. He had to comprehend everything from the ground up. He had no choice but to take things one step at a time. At the same time, though Lionel felt that he had opened a gate, one it just might be possible for him to walk through, Lionel thought of the silver tablet. If it was possible to have a treasure that could resurrect people in this world, he didn't believe that he couldn't break down something even less fundamental than life itself into its nuts and bolts as well. Lionel took a deep breath. He had to push these matters aside for now. He wasn't quite informed enough to even attempt to do any of this. He would first need more information. In the meantime, it was about time he entered the next stage of his metal synergy lineage factor. There's movement. In a familiar world with incense sticks as tall as mountains looming in the distance, a group of elders were alerted to movement on the family tomes. In their old age, without much hope for further advancement, some of their best entertainment came from watching these advancements take place. With the billions of Morales family members there were depicted here, there was almost always something going on. It was just that most of the time it was uninteresting, so most movement ended up being ignored. After all, who cared much about someone past their prime making a breakthrough they should have made years earlier? Oh, it's a good one. It didn't take long for the elders to realize that the movement had come from the Nova generation, causing some of them to perk up. If there were two movements that were the most entertaining to watch, it would be the oldest generation tablets and the newest generation. For the oldest generation, movement near the top of the tablet would lead to worldwide commotion. For the newest generation, the Nova generation, movement from anywhere was worth a look. It had to be remembered that names were ranked in terms of birth date before the Air Wars. Only after the Air Wars would they be ranked based on potential and strength. It wasn't long before many gazes focused on the name at the very bottom of the tome. Oh, it's the littlest Nova again? It's been how long, 3 years? A bit over that? To take that long to go from the first gate toward opening the second is a bit slow. The elders all nodded. The third and fourth dimensions were practically speed runs for talented youths. At the fastest, some would only take a few months at most. Things only began to slow down in the fifth dimension, and became especially slow after stepping into the sixth. With how much drama there had been around Lionel's first breakthrough, for him to take so long was a bit disappointing indeed. But since he was one of the heir candidates, they didn't turn their attention away. It can't be helped. How could his resources compare to the others? Humph, that stubborn brat stole the heirlooms for himself. What more resources could they need? Clearly, this brat they referred to was no longer Lionel. And it was a fair point indeed. Of course, they had no idea that Lionel was basically flying blind. Plus, he was in worlds with not nearly the same force density. Not to mention the fact he had waited to get the latter portions of dimensional cleanse. How long do you think it'll take? You think he will open all 9 doors this time too? That's a tough ask, don't you think? It already took 3 years to get to this point. Plus, opening up the 7th is pretty good for a first attempt at the second gate. Of course, for an elder to say pretty good, this essentially meant elite amongst elite. Only such a level was worthy of a pretty good evaluation. That aura? What is it, Mila? That's the 5th dimension of dimensional cleanse. I'm certain. I didn't say anything the first time because everyone has the 3rd dimensional layer of dimensional cleanse, and it could be considered an excellent foundational technique. But this? The elders blinked. Not many of them used dimensional cleanse. In fact, Mila was among the very few that did. It required a deep familiarity to pick out something like that from the mere aura of a shining name. But what this observation meant was even deeper than just that. The elders looked toward one another, their eyes sparkling. What? The elders were startled awake by a shout, their heads snapping in a particular direction. What the hell is wrong with you? Have you gone senile? The elder in question didn't say a single word. Instead, he extended a wrinkled finger toward the Nova Generation tablet. Chapter 901. Chapter 901. Second gate. The elders were frozen in shock. One would think that this was because of some overwhelming phenomena, maybe some flashing lights or a rare occurrence not seen in thousands of years. But this couldn't have been further from the truth. The reality could be described in a single word. Nothing. That was right, nothing was happening. The flashing lights had dimmed, Lionel's aura had vanished, and the tablet had returned to its previous state. In fact, the elders were so speechless by this change that 5 minutes later, when yet another Morales family member began making a breakthrough, none of them even turned their heads in that direction. That's it. These elders weren't fools. The markers for failure were not there. At the same time, the change in Lionel's name couldn't have been clearer. He had succeeded. The issue was, why the hell was it so fast? How long had it been since he started his breakthrough? A minute? Less than that. What the hell was going on? If 3 years to prepare for a breakthrough from the first to second gate was slow, then what could opening the second gate in such a short time count as? In all their years, the elders couldn't remember ever seeing such a thing. His aura was very pure, Mila said slowly. It felt like he spent a very long time in Tier 9 of the first gate. But it also feels like this isn't enough to explain that. I have a feeling that he hasn't just awakened 1 or 2 stars of dimensional cleanse. The elders looked toward Mila. Aside from being one of the only few to practice dimensional cleanse, he also happened to have some of the sharpest senses amongst them. It had to be remembered that during Lionel's first breakthrough, the elders had even been able to see through how many cells he used to form his nodes. If it wasn't for the fact they had all been distracted when Mila said Lionel practiced dimensional cleanse, they would have been able to pick up on some of these things as well, though it wasn't an exact science. He's a madman just like his father. An elder shook his head. To enter the 5th dimension with dimensional cleanse would mean that he entered that vital star trial world at what level? The 3rd dimension? Does he have a death wish? The lips of the elders twitched. It was a shame. Had Lionel built his foundation with a different technique, he could have entered the trial world with more strength backing him. Then he might have been able to succeed in one sweep. Now, if he wanted the rest, he would have to put his life on the line. Though most only wanted the first 3 layers of dimensional cleanse, for the sake of the stars it would allow them to form, it was clear that Lionel wanted to cultivate past that point. It was hard to tell without seeing him break through whether he had gained the 6th or higher dimensional layers, but they felt that the odds were slim. He was lucky to have left with his life. This brat is always doing reckless things. If he wins the air wars, I can see years of headaches coming our way. First Lionel opened his first gate after only forming 6 nodes. Then he entered the vital star trial world at the 3rd dimension. And now he had opened the 2nd gate in under a minute, not even allowing his body to slowly acclimate to the changes. Dash? How much pain had Lionel suffered through just from the first gate? Now he was experiencing much more pain than that all at once. If he wasn't a madman, then what was he? Despite the words of the elder, though, the group of old men and women suddenly began to laugh. They laughed so heartily that the hidden world of the Morales family began to tremble. A madman? Who of the Morales family wasn't exactly that? Contrary to what the elders thought, Lionel sat in silent meditation, as though his body wasn't being carved into piece by piece. Before, this pain had truly been unbearable for him. But now he had dream sense, which allowed him to split his sensory perception between several minds. At this moment, Lionel had used 1,000 of his more than million minds to dull the pain by that factor. Of course, he could have used even more minds to make it all almost negligible, but he did not do so. Something about dulling his pain entirely made it feel like he was losing a piece of his humanity. It was a rare emotional decision for someone like Lionel, who usually didn't care for such things. That said, there was another reason as well. Lionel had turned his other minds toward observing each and every aspect of his body, and the changes it was undergoing. He wanted to see what changed now that he was entering the next level of his metal body, how the organ system of runes evolved, and how it might synergize, suppress, or coexist with the other lineage factors of his body. Lionel had hardly realized just how easy it had been for him to open the 2nd gate. But this obviously wasn't without reason. Elder Mila was also correct in assuming that he didn't have the full picture, and it could be said that there were 2 main reasons. The first was that Lionel had formed 6 stars before even stepping into the 5th dimension. His body had been purged of its impurities to the point he was practically like a newborn baby who had immediately stepped into such a height. However, the second reason might be even more important. Not only did Lionel receive the cleansing of 6 stars, but he had also been baptized by 6th-dimensional cleansing waters. Let alone the 2nd gate. If it wasn't for the fact he had yet to bring his metal body to Tier 9 once again, he could have likely opened even the 3rd gate now. Chapter 902. Chapter 902. Contain. Lionel exhaled a long breath, the runes dancing across his skin dimming before vanishing completely. Not only had the internal runes gained far more pathways, but they had also grown thicker, while simultaneously gaining some life to them. Before, Lionel's bronze runes were static and unmoving, but now they pulsed as though they had their own heart. They were truly beginning to look and act more like they had life to them, as though they really were an organ system. What was truly fascinating was that Lionel felt that his divine armor had gained an upgrade as well. It had firmly stepped into the 5th dimension, gaining a qualitative change to it. The result was something that made Lionel's gaze sparkle beside himself. Dad was right. It had to be remembered that Lionel had formed his divine armor with evolution, or as its core foundation. This allowed what should have been his 4th-dimensional armor to display power far beyond its means. And now, it was displaying even more power than before, feeding off of Lionel's advancement to improve itself. At the same time, Lionel felt that his control over the spatial element had skyrocketed along with the advancement of his armor. In the past, it was difficult for him to displace himself just a single meter within a 5th-dimensional world. But at the moment the segmented cube space was as sturdy as a 6th-dimensional world's. And yet Lionel could still move about half a meter in any direction. Since that was the case, just how far could he move in a 5th-dimensional world? And how far would he be able to move if he activated his divine armor? Excellent. It's time. I need resources to build my metal body back up from Tier 1. And what better target than the Milky Way Guild? The situation in Valiant Heart Mountain could be said to only be getting worse day after day. Not long after Lionel's disappearance, a full-blown effort toward finding him had been put into effect. Unfortunately, how could they possibly succeed in such a thing? Lionel had entered a trial world which even had 7th-dimensional force in abundance, It was a place that those who deemed to call him enemy would never see in their lifetimes. The result of this failure was an even further suppression of Valiant Heart Mountain. It had to be remembered that Misty Woods, Crimson Hall and Rusted Blade had all been implicated by Lionel's actions. This had given Valiant Heart Mountain a small bit of breathing room. But as the three organizations panicked at their inability to find Lionel, pressure was ramped up once again on Valiant Heart. This matter hadn't happened naturally. After being punished thoroughly by the guild, it was Greta who led the charge for revenge. As a child of the frequented women, she had to scratch and claw for every merit she received. She couldn't allow herself to be passive and allow all the prestige she had worked for to crumble. The result of Greta pressing so hard were the three rival organizations of Valiant Heart Mountain beginning to press them from all directions. Their territory was eaten away at, their resources were snatched and co-opted, and they found themselves further and further on their back foot. The irony of it all was that the only thing keeping Valiant Heart afloat was Lionel's little shop. Somehow, it managed to continuously pump out treasures that allowed them to hold on, bolstering their strength and power bit by bit every day. Unfortunately, there was nothing that Greta could do about this. Let alone the fact that even the elders of Valiant Heart themselves were completely unaware of how it was they were doing this. Even if they did know, there was nothing they'd be able to do about it. The secret to the success of Lionel's Blackstar shop couldn't be found on Planet Valiant at all. The root of it all was in the Force Crafting Guild. As for why even the Milky Way Guild would be able to do nothing about this was because the Force Crafting Guild had a scope far beyond just the Milky Way. Much like Shield Cross Stars, they had establishments across all corners of the dimensional verse. The Milky Way Guild, and least of all Greta, would have no way of stopping their interaction. Lionel had no one else to thank but Jack Biennala for making him aware of the existence of the Force Crafting Guild, something that would have been the irony of all ironies to the man in question. And in addition to this, with Jack Biennala having been chased away by Lionel, the Valiant Heart organization had no choice but to rely on Lionel's small shop entirely. The trouble was that this alone wasn't enough. As quickly as Alan, Kira and the others were improving their skill with the help of Lionel's resources, they still hadn't caught up to Lionel. Even the best of them, Kira, even after Lionel had vanished for 2 years, was still only a Tier 9 black crafter. She was still a measure away from being able to craft quasi-bronze treasures, and was even further from entering the ranks of 5th-dimensional crafters. This couldn't be helped. Not everyone had the perfect lineage factor, ability, not to mention a metal spirit to support their advancements in crafting. Without more help, it would be impossible for them to have progressed any more than this. And it could be said that Kira's improvement was a testament to her hidden talent. Unfortunately, 4th-dimensional treasures weren't enough to turn the tide of battle between organizations who had 5th-dimensional existences as their main backbone. At best, it was able to stall for some time. But how long would that be exactly? If Greta had anything to say about it, not long at all. At this moment, she had already laid out the plans for her first full-scale invasion of Valiant Heart Mountain, and had begun to press toward the core of their territory. The space field surrounding the mostly earthen planet suddenly trembled beneath the presence of a mighty ship. The planet's magnetic field twisted and bent, its atmosphere growing volatile as an enormous kilometer-long ship descended from above. At the helm, Greta stood expressionlessly, a fiery red dress clinging to her curves. But her once delicate features were marred by a red, pulsing scar that ran from her cheek, across the bridge of her nose, and finally ended by cutting across her eyebrow, leaving a thick hairless slash through it. Though Greta's face seemed to give nothing away, the trembling of this scar seemed to contain all her rage. Chapter 903. Chapter 903. Genius Deductions. Valiant Heart Mountain instantly found itself to be under a lot of pressure. Greta hadn't moved to attack in several days, and yet she also hadn't tried to hide her presence. Whether it was the lowest worker in the organization up to the highest standing elder, there wasn't a single soul that didn't know that Valiant Heart Mountain had finally reached the end of its rope. What was especially odd was that the Oryx tribe had been quiet for several months already. This alone had made many feel like something was fishy. But before they could learn what was happening, they landed in this situation. Within Blackstar, Kira, the twins and Rum were present. If the rest of Valiant Heart Mountain could be described to be in a panic, these four were tranquil. Even the usually reserved and panicky Lisha managed to exude the same confidence as her more boisterous younger sister, Madia. Do you think they will really attack? Madia asked Kira. I don't think so. Kira said after a moment of thought, her gaze still focused on the craft she was working on. Those familiar with training crafters would immediately recognize that Kira might have been drawing force arts with her quill, but she wasn't actually crafting. Rather, her target was what looked like a solid piece of wood. And yet, beads of sweat fell from her forehead with every stroke she made. This would seem simple, but it was actually a very hard substance with an irregular pattern of grain. This combination of characteristics made it especially difficult to control a crafting quill. The substance being dense and tough made things difficult enough, but the irregular grain patterns made it so that the quill tended to want to follow the path of said grains rather in the direction a force crafter wanted. The result was a perfect training tool for those who wanted to increase their skill. Oh, why not? Madia had been certain that the Milky Way Guild would eventually attack. Still, she wasn't very worried about it. Worst case scenario, they would just flash the badges they had earned from the Force Crafting Guild. Unless the circumstances were very particular, no one would harm a crafter without reason. Of course, in order to not put their lives in the hands of others, there were all sorts of other things they could do. For example, hiring a bodyguard from the guild was possible. They could also simply leave Planet Valiant for the guild as well. So it was no wonder none of them were worried about their safety. That said, leaving the planet would be an absolute last resort precisely because the optics would be poor. Whether they liked it or not, they were still representing Lionel even now. Though outsiders didn't know it, the people of Valiant Heart did. If they failed to live up to this ideal, it would make Lionel's future plans more difficult. But by then, who will really pay attention to such a small detail? Kira coughed lightly, giving out her well-thought-out opinion eloquently, and even taking some pauses to make it seem more authentic. When she saw the worshipful gaze in Lisha's eyes, she couldn't help but grin to herself. At that moment, though, Thilly came rushing in, pushing up his glasses as he hurriedly spoke. They're attacking. They sent down a first wave. Chapter 904. Chapter 904. Moping Thilly seemed to have appeared from thin air. Clearly, he had just teleported into Blackstar's top floor as they all had the right to do. Without knowing when the Milky Way Guild, or more accurately, its lackeys, would take action. Some of them had been sent to continuously monitor the situation. Of course, that fell on the shoulders of the other members of the former Polished Glass faction. After all, Alan and the others, not to mention most definitely not Elther, couldn't casually stroll around Valiant City. By this point, the organization had been on high alert for a very long while. They weren't caught off guard by this sudden attack, but this didn't mean that their nerves weren't fried. Many of those tasked with the first line of defense hadn't had proper rest in weeks, and those on the back line weren't much better. A first wave? They've grown impatient. They should have waited at least another week. Kira spoke based on Lionel's analysis once again. If they had waited that long, Valiant Heart would collapse in a day or two at most. Whoever is commanding them is either pressed for time or immature. Do you know what the first wave is wearing? They seem to be a cluster from all three organizations. But they're all in the fourth dimension. The strongest amongst them is at the quasi-fifth dimension. They're still holding back. Kira shook her head. Lionel had left behind several archetypes for what sort of commander might be leading this charge, and he had ranked them all from most dangerous to least dangerous. Or as Kira liked to put it, smartest to dumbest. The most dangerous commander they could face was one that not only waited an extra week like Kira had expected, but said commander would also swarm Valiant Heart with its full power immediately, not holding anything back and claiming the city in one sweep. As for the least dangerous and dumbest commander, they would not only be impatient, but they would also be wishy-washy in their impatience, choosing to balance their early attack with probing strikes. In Lionel's opinion, such a commander was a fool. Sending out probing strikes would give their enemy a chance to solidify and reaffirm their resolve. Without sending out a group that could immediately crush them, you would allow the light of hope to burn. By the time your enemy realized they should be despairing, you would have suffered casualties just as great as they did. Of course, these were all based on Lionel's simulations. Simulations that were only growing better and more accurate by the day. And this was only one thing to consider. The commander was Greta. She was the one directing the three organizations. As such, not only did she not care about casualties, the more of them they suffered, the better. The importance of a merchant guild's neutrality wasn't lost on her. In Greta's mind, she was killing two birds with one stone. Not only would she take out an enemy, but she would also weaken four organizations who had seen their teeth being bared. Wasn't this the perfect result? Unfortunately for Greta, Lionel still thought she was a fool. Though her actions would indeed weaken the three organizations, she had not only missed a golden opportunity, but she had brought the Milky Way Guild back to square one. Those observing this battle from the sidelines weren't fools. They knew who the mastermind behind it all was. They could turn a blind eye to it if it was just the Milky Way Guild observing things, but if it was the Milky Way Guild forcing four organizations to suffer such resounding losses, what was the difference between this and the Milky Way Guild acting personally? Of course, there was still a small difference, and the guild might have slightly more leeway taking this action. But it would still result in some pushback the guild would have to take delicate steps to resolve. And it was all caused by Greta outsmarting herself. What even Lionel didn't know, though, was that Greta wouldn't usually be so foggy-minded despite her abrasive personality. She hadn't climbed out a heap of Augustus children just because of her fists, she had her mind as well. The trouble was just a couple months ago, after suffering a terrible punishment from the guild, she was finally sent out on another mission. During this mission, though, she suffered another resounding loss, this time at the hands of a troop of oryx, creatures she had never personally laid eyes on before. The result of that loss was the scar that now ran down her face. Even now it continued to throb, filling her with an endless rage. After suffering two losses back to back, Greta was on the verge of collapsing. She didn't care about the future of the guild. She just needed results right now, no matter what the cost. Even if the guild suffered pushback later, it would still be difficult to pin all the blame on her. This win. She needed it. She had crawled up so far through a bed of needles. She refused to cough back up the rewards of her labor so easily. Should we go and fight? Rum suddenly spoke up for the first time, his large frame sitting up. Though he was so massive, he was basically an enormous teddy bear. Let alone fighting, he didn't even like to raise his voice. No. We've done our job as force crafters. All the frontline men and women are equipped with the best we can give them. How long they survive is up to them. Kira said with a heavy tone. The group fell into silence. In truth, they all had complicated emotions. Somewhere deep inside, they knew that Valiant Heart Mountain was finished even as the first wave charged up the mountain pass. It was hard to tell how they should feel. Before Lionel, they had experienced nothing but bullying at the hands of the Valiant Heart system. But it had still been their home for several decades. Should they rejoice? Or should they feel sad? What are you all moping around for? The sudden voice cut through all their thoughts. Lionel. Chapter 905. Chapter 905. Resolve. Lionel suddenly appeared amongst them all, a casual smile on his face. But the instant he did, the members of Polished Glass felt like prostrating themselves, their very souls trembling in his presence. They couldn't wrap their heads around what they were feeling for a long time, until Kira's eyes suddenly widened, a shocking realization hitting her. You're not in the third dimension anymore. The shock sunk in for them all at once. They were so used to Lionel doing ridiculous things that they had completely forgotten that he was an entire dimension below them. Now that he was suddenly a dimension above them, it felt like they were in the presence of a god. Despite the fact Lionel's clothing couldn't have been more casual, Even down to the sneakers on his feet, they still felt like they should be worshipping him. All right. Lionel grinned. I broke through. That's why I had to leave for such a long time. The next pieces of the technique I practice require passing a trial to get to. Kira suddenly felt itchy all over. Lionel's strength was already so ridiculous in the third dimension. He had even managed to run from a building filled with fifth-dimensional existences. Of course, they hadn't been prepared for his sudden murder of their young heiress. Or else it wouldn't have been so simple. But the fact still stood. Now that Lionel was in the fourth. No. Kira's eyes widened. You're not in the fourth dimension. Kira gulped. Taking 8 or 9 months to cross an entire dimension. What kind of monster was he? Lionel had already told them all that he was from a family in the 7th dimension. He didn't seem to care about hiding massive matters most others would keep close to their chest. And that was especially so when he was around his own people. This was all to say that Kira knew that he would be a monster. But wasn't this too exaggerated? Of course, if she knew that the Morales family still thought he was slow, she wouldn't know where to bow her head in shame. Let's forget about those little details. They're attacking, right? I can feel it. Lionel's affinity for the earth was on another level. In fact, he directly took off his sneakers even as he spoke, feeling the diamond-etched flooring beneath his feet. In that instant, he felt as though he could feel the vibrations throughout the whole of the planet. If he couple this with the now ridiculous range of his internal sight, hardly anything would escape his notice, even if it occurred hundreds of miles from him. Dash. Yes, they're attacking. But there's no one of the 5th dimension. Lionel's lip curled. So the least dangerous commander, huh? Kira grinned mischievously, nodding in agreement. Then we can have a little bit of fun. But Kira hesitated. I know what you want to say. I'm no longer in the 4th dimension, so my going out will force their hand, right? Not just that, but you're also the one they're looking for. If you go out, they'll ignore everything else and just target you. Lionel chuckled. That was a fair point. He was so excited to jump into battle again. He had almost neglected this. He could already hear his blood rushing and his heart pumping. Also, Lionel, what is your goal exactly? If you save Valiant Heart, then what? Philly suddenly spoke up, his eyes flickering nervously behind his glasses. Unlike Alan, it seemed that Philly really did need his glasses. Lionel hadn't been able to tell before, but now it caught his attention, making him quite curious. He'll be giving this planet to the Oryx. Lionel spoke without hesitation. As for Valiant Heart Mountain, as presently constructed, they have reached the end of their road. The room fell into silence. As for Lionel, his eyes narrowed. The first clash had begun. Through his feet and his internal sight, Lionel's gaze was practically transported dozens of kilometers away. As though he was right there, he watched the first clash happen. The first spurt of blood, the first clang of 2 weapons, the first mournful cry. The reason Lionel hesitated wasn't because he was worried about his safety. It would take a lot to threaten his life right now. What he was worried about was the implications it would have for Valiant Heart Mountain. By now, Shield Cross Stars had definitely heard of these events. So if he appeared now, not only would the Milky Way Guild think the organization had been harboring him, but Shield Cross Stars would likely also begin to target them in an above-board manner for colluding with a fugitive. But Philly's question had put everything into perspective for him. He had already decided that Valiant Heart Mountain couldn't exist anymore. In fact, the pressure that would be applied by both the Guild and Shield Cross Stars would make it even easier for the Oryx to take this planet. I'll have to apologize to Sale when I get the chance. Hopefully she won't hate me too much. After all, I owe her a favor for removing the slave brand from my forehead. Lionel bent down, rolling up his sweats until both legs rested at his calves. His palm flipped over, revealing a simple wooden spear. It seemed pristinely crafted, but there wasn't an ounce of a special aura coming from it or its blade. You guys head to the Force Crafting Guild. After I am done here, I will go meet up with you. Leave the treasures in the shop behind. They can consider it as a final farewell gift. Without another word, Lionel vanished. When he appeared again, he stood so high in the skies that he was nothing but a faint dot to most. His aura spread out, a rumbling might shaking the battlefield as though to alert them all of the presence. A warlord of the battlefield had come, and his purpose was singular. Then Lionel began to fall. Chapter 906. Chapter 906. Apology. On the ground below, the blue belt-wearing seniors had taken up the vanguard. Those that were left were absolutely loyal to Valiant Heart, and surprisingly, both Hephaestus and Raylion were present. With their talent, most organizations would accept them. In fact, many of the blue belt seniors had long since found reasons for leave, whether it was to visit their families after such a long time, or to go out on an adventure. And sometimes it was completely without reason. Many of them slipped away. However, maybe the two men Lionel hated the most were still here, holding down the front line. The former brandished his two daggers with ever-growing ferocity. The latter made a 10-meter radius around him an absolute death zone. Anyone who stepped foot into his range was crushed into minced meat without warning. To their side, Sail flourished as well, the petals and vines of her unique constitution taking on the role of both offense and defense, not to mention giving them an even greater advantage in terrain. Not only did the Valiant Heart Army hold the advantage of high ground as they defended the mountain pass, with the help of Sail's vines, the smooth terrain had become treacherous to cross. The combination of these three geniuses made it feel like they had a chance. But there was only so much they could do. Valiant Heart was completely outnumbered. Though the impact of those three was quite large, there was only so much of the battlefield that they could cover for. And without the support of other geniuses like Lionel or Aina, who hadn't appeared in almost a year now, they were all the organization had. Since their enemies hadn't sent out fifth-dimensional existences, this became a tacit agreement that such powerhouses wouldn't participate just yet. This was their best chance to make an impact with their strength, so they had to go all out. But how much could they do as three against an army of tens of thousands, among which were geniuses just as great as them? At that moment, Rafthin of Rusted Blade, Wissan of Misty Woods, and Emna of Crimson Hall all made their presences known, charging for Raylion, Sail and Hephaestus. The instant the latter three were occupied, a slaughter would commence. They all knew this well. Rafthin grinned wildly, sending Emna a wink as he brandished his massive 3-meter-long rusted blade. "Come die." His boisterous laughter filled the skies as he prepared to swing. But it was at that exact moment that a suffocating aura suddenly pressed down upon the battlefield. The expressions of everyone changed, especially those of the elders observing things from the side of Valiant Heart and the three organizations. No fifth-dimensional existences were supposed to take action yet. What was going on? Each side thought the other had shamelessly duped them and prepared to rush out. But what they saw next left them completely stunned, their hearts shuddering. Lionel fell down from the skies, his expression indifferent as his sweats rustled through the whistling wind. He seemed completely at ease. Dash. The closer he got, the more suffocating his aura became. Bang. As loud as the sound of his landing was, it wasn't nearly loud enough. To fall from several kilometers up in the sky, and to barely cause the earth to tremble was a feat that made little to no sense. In fact, Lionel's knees hardly bent on impact. One would have thought that he had been standing there the entire time. In an instant, he had appeared at the dividing line between two armies, his right hand casually swinging his spear in what seemed to be a more and more refined arc. It took no more than a moment for most to recognize Lionel. The spear, that light violet hair, that bronzed skin. It was undeniable. But as soon as they realized this, the reactions were vastly different. One side couldn't believe he had appeared while the other was caught in the excitement he had crossed with the shock he felt so imposing now. Rafthin, who had raised his blade to attack already, narrowed his gaze, a sinister light flashing within their depths. Before, he had lost to Lionel handily, but he couldn't display even a tenth of his power. He felt like he had been suppressed from all angles, and he couldn't manage to get a foothold anywhere. But now they were on solid ground, not those ridiculous waving pillars. The power he could display now was like night and day. After just a moment's delay, Rafthin shot forward, the aura of his blade rising again and against as the manifestations of his four seasons realm comprehension rose into the skies. On one side, there was a blazing heat. On the other, there was a treacherous cold. They wrapped around one another, threatening to implode in a cacophonic boom. Lionel, you shouldn't have appeared here. Sale's voice was caught between anxiousness, anxiety, and a shrill disbelief. Lionel sighed and looked back toward Sale. I'm sorry about this. Sale was stunned by Lionel's words, her expression warping. What was that supposed to mean? Her mind was too befuddled to come up with a conclusion immediately, and by the time she was on the precipice, she suddenly noticed Rafthen's actions. Watch out! Lionel shook his head, seemingly still lost in his apology. It really was hard for him to cross Sale like this. Though he had reprimanded her almost a year earlier for expecting him to help an organization that didn't want to help itself, that didn't mean he wouldn't feel bad doing what he was about to do. Or rather, what he had already done. But there was no changing that now. At that moment, Rafthen had appeared before Lionel, his long blade raised high in the air. Getting distracted on a battlefield. Die. Rafthen released all his resentment. Because of Lionel, he had to spend months recovering from his wounds. The result was his progression slowing by several measures, all because of this bastard. Sale didn't even get a chance to reach out a helping hand. Just as she was about to go all out, the casual arc of Lionel's wooden spear suddenly shifted completely. Rafthen's roar was caught in his throat. His eyes widened in shock even as he suddenly found himself staring at a headless corpse. His headless corpse. With a single blow, Lionel had felled a genius of the Rusted Blade organization. He turned to face the remainder of the army, his aura steadily growing the point they felt their knees go weak. Without Lionel raising a finger, they began to collapse one after another, the resolve in their hearts shattering. Chapter 907. Chapter 907. Shrill cry. Lionel's aura continued to rise as one group after another fell to their knees. It felt like no matter how hard they tried, there was simply nothing they could do before His Majesty. They could only watch in horror as the head of a genius spun through the air before landing on the ground with a dull plop. Let alone the enemy organizations, even those to Lionel's back were in shock. It wasn't just that he dared to appear here, but also that he had taken just a single strike to deal with Rafthen, who had just moments ago displayed a strength that made them all shiver. Wissan's chubby cheeks trembled. The moment he saw Lionel attack, he felt the threat of death force the hair on the back of his head to stand tall. Out of reflex, he formed as many shields as he could in the blink of an eye and shot backward. However, even then his knees continued to tremble, a deep fear taking root in his heart. Emna clutched two daggers so forcefully that despite her palms never having touched the blade, blood still began to fall from them. Her senses were even sharper than Wissan and Rafthen's. After Lionel appeared, she didn't move a single inch because she felt that it wouldn't make a difference. Whether she was 1 meter away or 100, it would only take a single thought for her to die. The only way for her to have preserved her life on this day was to not have stepped onto the battlefield at all. Of course, Emna was also smart enough to know that Lionel's appearance here was like a death sentence to Valiant Heart, but who cared? She would be dead by then. Why should she care about her organization ultimately winning in the end? How dare you? Rage-filled roars rose up from the backline of the three organizations. Their auras surged forward, trying to dispel Lionel's hold on their armies, but it was to no avail. Lionel's foot rose. The clear movement of his toes, the glimpse of his soul, and the casual flex of his ankle made his actions seem as mundane as they could. And yet, by the time his foot touched the ground once more, he had vanished, appearing before Wissan, who was just a moment away from pissing his pants. The swing of Lionel's spear seemed slow. Every half a foot it moved in an arc left behind another clear image, harmonizing with the light elemental force in the surroundings. Lionel had found that practicing the swing of his spear while activating harmonic spear caused the nerves that made up his spear domain lineage factor to fire multiple times for just a single swing. The result was a single swing being worth up to 10, or even more depending on the afterimages he produced. He found it to be fascinating. The act of mapping out exactly the position his body had been to relay it to, harmonic sphere, and thus leave a cloned afterimage in the air was actually helping him to train. It seemed that this low-level technique would have to follow him for a while. PCHU. Wissand's energy shields were sliced through like partially melted butter. He didn't stand a chance before he too found himself looking at his headless corpse. However, unlike Rafthin, he had been aware that he was about to die from start to finish. The result was him being forced to watch as a moist patch spread across the crotch of his corpse. He died. Humiliated. At that moment, the enraged auras of the elders of the three organizations charged through the army. It seemed that none of them had the ability to fly, so they could only take large leaps forward, crossing hundreds of meters at a time with fury lighting their gazes. Dash? Among them was the elder from Rusted Blade with the exaggeratedly large great sword that had previously made Lionel chuckle, the old woman with a foot in the grave from Crimson Hall, and finally the silent old man from Misty Woods. Even the silent old man couldn't seem to hold back his rage. He stared at Lionel with a brewing storm threatening to leap from his chest. They had never thought that such a thing would have happened right at the start of the battle. There was supposed to be a tacit agreement against such things. And yet here was Valiant Heart breaking those rules. But when they saw Lionel's face, they suddenly understood that his appearance couldn't have possibly been related to Valiant Heart. Sending him out, especially when the battle had just begun and they weren't anywhere near being in dire straits, was foolish to an extreme. It was like nailing their own coffin. The fact that Lionel had come out of his own volition was obvious to anyone with half a brain. However, why would they give up this opportunity by admitting such a thing? Valiant Heart. The shrill cry of the old woman shook the skies. My Crimson Hall won't rest until only one of us remains. Such a shameless organization has no right to exist. Valiant. What exactly is valiant about? Why? The old woman's shrieks were suddenly cut off as she rapidly moved to the side, horror painting her face. In one moment she looked perfectly fine. In the next her arm flew into the air, flipping continuously amidst a fountain of blood. It looked oddly poetic. Lionel shook his head. He should have been able to kill her with one stroke. The power gap between them was enormous. And yet he was only able to take an arm. Granted, he hadn't activated his spear domain lineage factor, and was only using a single neuron at a time. But he shouldn't have to go so far against such a weak opponent. He needed more practice. You. The old woman froze. In the next moment, a thin line of red appeared at her forehead and quickly grew. Before the stunned eyes of those watching, she was suddenly split into two, falling to the ground in two gory halves. Chapter 908. Chapter 908. Good time the silent old man and the rusted blade elder were stunned. Their raging blood suddenly iced over. Whatever momentum they had dying out like the last embers of a fire. Lionel had no idea why the old woman had been the most enraged of them. After all, her genius, Emna, was the only one that Lionel hadn't killed. Of course, that was because Lionel still wanted to recruit Emna, but that was beside the point. The fact she was still so shrill and annoying despite the fact her Crimson Hall had suffered the least was enough to prove that they had already latched onto Valiant Heart's weakness, and were prepared to eradicate them for Lionel's appearance. This much Lionel had already expected, but he still found it annoying that they would bloviate about having the high moral ground so grandly. So he decided to kill her first. Plus, what got to Lionel the most was the mantra of Crimson Hall. They were an organization that loved blood and murder. They even taught their disciples that there was nothing more important. And yet here was their leader, shrieking over the death of warriors who had come to a battlefield. It was ridiculous. By now, there wasn't a single soul who didn't know Lionel was in the fifth dimension. It was hard to tell because he couldn't be quite considered to have firmly stepped into Tier 1, but his battle prowess was more than enough to force the elders to ignore this small difference. To become an official elder of a bronze organization at their level, one needed to enter Tier 1. The organization heads like the shrill old lady and Hutchin of Valiant Heart would be either Tier 2 or 3. As for the mysterious protector elders that had followed them to the competition on planet Vincero, they would be Tier 4. Much like in the third and fourth dimensions, every 3 tiers resulted in a large watershed, causing the gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 to be quite large. This gap was enough for these old men and women to become the trump cards of a bronze organization. However, what these numbers also showed was that Valiant Heart, Rusted Blade, and the other 2 organizations were at the bottom of the barrel in terms of bronze organizations. They most definitely couldn't be compared to the Milky Way Guild, which stood amongst the peak of bronze organizations, having a quasi-6th dimension existence as their head. Knowing this now, it was no wonder the 2 heads were frozen into silence. A Tier 3 expert had been killed with just 2 swings. Didn't that mean that Lionel already had the ability to single-handedly eradicate their organizations? The head of Rusted Blade took a step back, slowly communicating with his 4-meter-long great sword. For the first time in his life, he regretted just how enormous his weapon was. Why was it taking so long to enter his palm? The silent head of Misty Woods released his aura, shattering his shoes into scattered fluttering pieces of leather and fabric. His toes dug into the soil of the mountain pass, a strong surge of wood elemental force pervading the surroundings as he kept his nerves tight and primed. Oh, Tier 4. Surprisingly, the head of Misty Woods was already at the level of a mysterious elder. Clearly, he had kept this card close to his vest until now, because even the head of Rusted Blade was stunned. Of course, it wasn't that Lionel couldn't have pried into the secret previously. It was that there was simply no point until just now. Who knows, maybe the gap between Tier 3 and 4 would be large enough to make this interesting. If you are doing this for your friends, I can tell you that they've already returned to Earth. Lionel blinked when the usually silent old man spoke. Was he trying to get him to give up? What a sly old man. If he left now, Valiant Heart would still be labeled as traitorous, and it would only make it easier for them to take down. It seems the head of Misty Woods thought that Lionel was worried about his friends, so he took this risk. The reality was that Lionel already knew his brother's return to Earth. It couldn't have been more perfect timing. By now, Earth should have already entered the 5th dimension. Its speed was shocking to many indeed. Lionel simply smiled in response. Let's fight. Lionel shot forward, his figure leaving afterimages in its wake. In that same instant, a tsunami of tree roots surged out of the ground, causing Lionel's brows to raise. The power of this move was not small. Surrounded by forest from all sides, it seemed that the head of Misty Woods wasn't a pushover. Dash? The head of Rusted Blade finally got his blade into his hands, his aura flourishing. His gaze locked onto Lionel, his mind filled with murderous thoughts and intentions as universal force began to formulate around him. Lionel suddenly found himself dashing through a death trap of thick trees, roots and branches. Sometimes he was right side up, but he often found himself running sideways and upside down just to dodge out of the next vice trap. Lionel quickly realized, though, that the head of Misty Woods' goal wasn't to immediately kill him. He was changing the terrain to make the battlefield as beneficial to himself as possible. It was clear that compared to the shrill old woman and the head of Rusted Blade, this old man knew how to use his head. The head of Misty Woods took a deep breath as scales of bark began to cover him from head to toe. An ancient, wizened aura exuded from him as his strength and momentum continued to grow. He rose his palms before him and turned them to face the sky, angling them at a 45-degree angle to make it seem as though he was holding a large book with pages twice the size of his head. At that moment, Lionel's pupils constricted as he felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Today would be the day he met his first religion of the dimensional verse. It was most definitely not going to be a good time. O goddess of the evergreen, hear my call. Chapter 909. Chapter 909. Time and energy. Lionel had never sensed before pervaded the air. If he had to describe it, he would say that it felt as though world force and universal force had fused into an all-new sort of force that suddenly gave this head before him, who was already going to be slightly difficult to deal with, even more strength to work with. The trouble with Lionel's current level was that he had yet to create or learn fifth-dimensional techniques that could supplement his raw strength. The only exception to this was star fusion. But he couldn't very well take out his trump card for this battle, right? Now with the head suddenly bringing out his full power, feeling the threat of Lionel, this would be troublesome indeed. At that moment, the countless layers of wooden vines around Lionel suddenly began to rise up and fuse into one. The odd force grew into a tempest, even faintly suppressing Lionel's own aura to the point he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. In one moment, Lionel was jumping through an obstacle course of tree roots. In the next, a large palm formed of wood suddenly blotted out the sky. It was 10 meters from palm to tip, and was constructed of numerous overlapping vines. Just the momentum of its downward swing alone made it feel as though the air around Lionel was solidifying, the harsh whistling and whining grating on the ears. It felt to anyone observing that the moment the palm fell, everything beneath it would be eradicated. But what was most shocking to Lionel was that he found his force being restricted as though he had suddenly stepped into a higher dimensional world. Even his spatial force didn't seem to want to allow him to dodge out of the way. How could Lionel not be shocked? He had never heard of such a force before, and he had definitely not expected someone like the head of Misty Woods to have access to it. The head continues to hold out his palms, his face the picture of piety and reverence. It was like he could almost feel his goddess embracing him, like he could sense the touch of her lips to his forehead. For her, he would do anything. Lionel found his ankles bound and his wooden spear refused to listen to him. It was clear that his spear preferred to listen to the call of the wood elemental force around it rather than Lionel himself. Lionel shook his head. He had a feeling that if it was Amory, even a seventh-dimensional wood elemental force user wouldn't be able to make his sword react like this. Lionel's spear couldn't have been more common. With a simple knife, he could easily carve one far better. But Lionel still felt like this was true. It might be in the way I use spear force. Is it just a blade for sharpening? Or is it more than that? If it's just a blade, what would be different between different weapon forces? Wouldn't they all be the same? Lionel felt like he had grasped onto something. His dreamscape began sparking, but what was especially curious was the fact the sparks were trying to connect his spear force, his mage arts, and the head of Misty Woods' odd force? What could possibly link these? Seeing that Lionel was actually absent-minded in battle, the people of Valiant Heart panicked. By this point, the palm was only 5 meters above Lionel's head. Depending on the angle, it seemed that he had already been engulfed. There was already nowhere to run. Lionel's clothing fluttered wildly beneath the pressure, his hair almost threatening to fly from his scalp. Even keeping his eyes open at this moment was a difficult task as hurricane-force winds whipped about with impunity. Lionel finally looked upward, a calm expression on his face. For a moment, the winds around him settled down as though they couldn't move in his presence. Meteoric impact. Lionel sent out a simple piercing strike upward, its image layering several times over. AOL the instant his spear blade met the palm of wood. The world went silent for a moment. And then, it all imploded. Bang! A tempest of raging flames shot into the air like a crimson cone. It blasted a hole through the palm so wide that Lionel's figure was completely unharmed when the rest of it descended. Lionel's sudden burst of fire elemental force was so massive that all the water vapor in the air vanished in an instant. The temperature skyrocketed, the air became dry, and the skin of those in the surrounding began to crackle and redden. Flames licked across the head of Misty Woods' technique, threatening to burn an entire forest of trees along with it. At that moment, the head of Rusted Blade appeared before Lionel, his 4-meter-long blade descending from the skies with every intention of severing everything in its path. Despite having blade in their title, the men and women of Rusted Blade all used blunt weapons. Their mantra focused on power. They didn't care if their edge was dulled by rust, their strength alone was supreme. The head was a veteran of battle. He had chosen the instant Lionel released a devastating attack to make his move, believing that the latter wouldn't be able to release another so powerful in a short time. His action would also give the Misty Woods head a chance to regroup and form an even more powerful attack. Unfortunately, he had no way of knowing that Lionel saw meteoric impact as a foundational skill to his combat style, meaning it was his least taxing technique, and the one he would use the most often. A powerful attack? Sure, maybe to him. But to Lionel, Vanishing blade. Lionel stabbed out his spear at empty air. Before the head could even be happy that it seemed his guess was correct, he felt a splitting pain at his forehead. Just like that, before he could even cross the last 100-meter distance between himself and Lionel, and even before he could get a clear view of Lionel's face through all the branches and roots, his life was snuffed out. Lionel, though, was shaking his head. He hadn't wanted to use techniques in this battle, but he had already been forced to. It seemed he had a long way to go. The head of Rusted Blade's sacrifice had done something, though. It didn't buy a lot of time, but just a small bit of breathing room was all the silent old man needed. His aura was pushed to a new level and Lionel's flames were snuffed out in a single breath. Chapter 9:10. Chapter 9:10. Familiar feeling. Lionel's eyes narrowed. He felt that mysterious energy snuff out his flames much like it had suppressed his other forces previously, which should naturally had a weakness to fire. But it seemed that whatever this mysterious force was had the ability to counteract this weakness to a small extent. What Lionel saw next, though, left him baffled. A lotus began to form amidst the winding wooden structures. But it was completely unlike any lotus Lionel had ever seen or read about before. This lotus was constructed entirely of arms and hands. They overlapped over one another to form petal-like structures, each layer exuding a more and more powerful aura. Although the head of Mistywood seemed to only be capable of forming 3 of these layers, it was more than enough to display his might to an almost heavenly degree. The skies trembled, the earth shook, and the density of what elemental force only seemed to grow exponentially with each passing moment. After a few breaths, it felt less like his forces were being suppressed, and more like there was simply no other forces to call upon to begin with. The lotus of arms and hands began to rotate, the piety in the head's face only growing as he closed his eyes, feeling the world around him through his countless roots and branches. It was like the death of his comrade meant nothing to him. All there was in his mind was his goddess. Nothing more, and most definitely not anything less. It was hard to tell if he wanted to prostrate himself before this invisible goddess, or if he wanted to worship the lotus itself. But those worshippers of the evergreen goddess had a hard time distinguishing between the two. The evergreen lotus was the symbol of their goddess. It was their privilege to be able to use even a portion of its power like this. They were blessed beyond belief, and gratefulness overflowed in their hearts. To kill the enemies of the evergreen goddess, that was their duty. Die. A roar left the lips of the silent old man. He seemed to have changed into a completely different person. The bark that covered his skin became an ink-black color. His irises were painted over in an unnatural, almost poisonous sort of green. He bared his teeth, their pearly white sparkling amidst the contrast of black and harsh green. At that moment, his murderous intent even made those of Crimson Hall bow out in inferiority. The rotating lotus of arms and hands suddenly began to lash out. Each whipping palm was more furious than the last, leaving cracks of thunder and shattering sound barriers in their wake as they cratered the ground beneath Lionel's feet. Without even touching the ground, the wind pressure of the palms alone made it feel like meteors were falling from the sky. The earth exploded apart, mushroom clouds of dirt and rock shooting upward and showering the battlefield in a fog of brown. Even as he rolled and dodged for his life, Lionel couldn't help but be astonished. He could tell that the power of these palm strikes was beyond just the wood element alone. It wasn't that a powerful enough wood elemental expert couldn't create such an effect, but rather that the head of Mistywood's organization wasn't using enough raw force to cause such devastation. There was something else hidden within. A secret Lionel felt stemmed from the palms themselves that held a mysterious power. Lionel felt that it was related to that mysterious force that seemed to be a cross of world force and universal force. But he simultaneously felt that it was a layer even deeper than that. O goddess of the evergreen, shower your blessings down upon me, so that I might cleanse the world of a scourge. The aura only seemed to grow. The longer the usually silent old man held his palms upward, the longer his prayer lasted, the more powerful he seemed to become. Lionel's pupils constricted. The lotus of arms and hands was originally a gorgeous shade of brown, A beautiful grain of wood that woodworkers would give an arm and a leg to work with. But now, it suddenly became even more so, gaining vein patterns of gold that reminded Lionel a lot of his bronze runes. The instant these veins appeared, the aura of the lotus of arms and hands skyrocketed, their strength more than just doubling in a single breath. A palm shot out with such blazing speed that Lionel's knees bent beneath the wind pressure, before he managed to dodge out of the way. Bang! An abyssal hole of at least 20 meters deep was excavated in the blink of an eye. Yet, the palm had already retracted, shooting forward in 2s, 3s and even 4s as the aura of the lotus continued to climb. Infernal cyclone. AOL Lionel's spear began to spin in his hands, causing wheels of fire to jet outward, rolling through the ground and slicing through the air, as they took out one arm after another. I have to end this. Lionel sighed. He realized that battling like this really wasn't his style. He was relying a lot on skill and technique, not to mention raw strength, as opposed to his mind. If he was using his ability like he usually did, this battle would have ended dozens of exchanges ago. He needed to find a balance. But right now, he couldn't afford to get embroiled in a battle that might injure him and also drain his stamina. After all, he had enemies closing in from all sides right now. It would be foolish to continue like this. Still, I have to thank you for opening up a new world to me now. I think I understand how to progress my universal force after so long. Lionel stopped holding back, his gaze suddenly turning a deathly shade of cold. The entire world reflected in his mind. If he wanted, he could envelop the whole planet in his senses. Lionel's steps flickered, his body vanishing and reappearing as it weaved in and out of sweeping roots. In the midst of prayer, the silent old man was shocked to find Lionel suddenly before him, holding a spear that had gone through his chest. And yet, he couldn't understand how Lionel had done so while standing more than 20 meters from him. Vanishing blade. Lionel retracted his spear, his head tilting up to the skies as the jungle of wooden vines collapsed all around him. Were they finally going to take action now? Suddenly, Lionel's expression changed. This feeling. It was the same as when Shield Cross Stars branded him with a slave mark. His head snapped toward the head's corpse, the latter's face still etched with an endless piety. It's coming from there. Shit. You're tuning in to the Lee May's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.